Gathered today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabe, and the Neutral people. We acknowledge the enduring presence of the Indigenous people with whom we share this land today, their achievements, and their contributions to our community. Before we do a vote to go into closed council, there are two additional items for closed. One is a labor relations, and the other is a matter that deals with an identifiable individual, as well as education on development charges, litigation or potential litigation related to identified risks, and receiving advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege related to pending litigation. So I would now ask that you use your e-scribe once somebody has moved and seconded. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Wolf. Wolf. Please use e-scribe to vote. If you haven't hooked yourself up, we will take a hand vote at this point. So those who are in favor. That is carried, colleagues. So we are now going into close in the Waterloo room, and with apologies to people that thought that the council meeting was starting now. Good evening and welcome to our council meeting. I would now consider a motion to reconvene in open session. Moved by Councillor Wolf, seconded by Councillor Salonen. All those in favor, please use your e-scribe. You're diverting to your hands, but we should use, Sue can use her hand, but everyone else e-scribe. That is carried, colleagues. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest under the Conflict of Interest Act? Councillor Deutschmann.
Thank you, Chair Redmond. Two conflicts. The first one is with respect to item 2, and Mr. Clerk will assist me, the Community Health and Services material with respect to the daycares, as my spouse has a interest in a corporation that is a part owner of a facility that rents to a daycare operator. And the second declaration of conflict was on a matter during closed session today, for which I have a monetary interest, and I left the meeting while the matter was being discussed.
Thank you, Councillor Deutschmann. Duly noted. Councillor James.
Through you, Chair Redmond, I have a conflict with item 12.2.2.3 under the Planning and Works and Committees, item number 8 under that. I want to declare a conflict of interest as my husband is on one of the boards that is eligible for the 2023 Economic Development Grant.
Thank you. I see no other indications of conflict of interest. We have no presentations, no petitions. Delegations. We will now proceed to hearing delegations as listed on the agenda. I'd like to remind all delegations of some guidelines for participation. For those who are joining us in person, please proceed to the podium when you are called on to speak. For those who are joining us electronically, please have your video camera turned off and your microphone and audio muted until you are called on to speak. Delegations who are registered before the deadline will have 5 minutes. Delegations who registered after the deadline will have 3 minutes. If you conduct yourself in any of the following manners, it will result in immediate removal of the meeting: interrupting councillors, staff, or other delegations, derogatory statements about councillors, staff, or others, turning your camera on at inappropriate times, hate speech, or defamatory comments. One last reminder for delegations: please do not take offense if following your presentation there are no questions from council. This is council's time to really listen and reflect upon the opinions and the ideas shared with us from our community members. Our first delegation tonight is David Marskell, CEO of the museum. Welcome, David. You have 5 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. The good news is the Maple Leafs are not losing so far. So I'm here really to say hello to the new councillors who I haven't had a chance to meet, and to say thank you to the council as a whole for your support over the 20 years that the museum has been operating. I believe council has had a chance to see the slides in advance, so I won't read each individual slide, and I'll point over here, please, to move it along. We do have a really great, I think the next slide is the board of directors. We have a wonderful, diverse group of people on our board representing the region, and they truly are a strategic board with a number of diverse voices. You can see the tech companies and the different industries that are represented. It's a stellar board for sure. Next. Our mission, vision, and values are obviously very important to us. We review them annually, and we recently had our strategy session and reviewed them and continue to keep them. The values took us a long time to craft, and I'm very, very pleased with them. Next, please. these are the overarching strategies the board has given us, and I always remember 4 and never 5, and they're not meant to be in any particular order. But during COVID, we really excelled at achieving all of these in terms of diversifying our revenue in a world-class stage with the Rolling Stones exhibition that we had the rights to for Canada, and monetizing our creativity and so on. And again, I'm just introducing the museum to some of the new council members. Next. Just some quick examples of one of the values, our diverse voices. I just zero in, again, I believe you've had a chance to see these slides, but we've created the Mel Brown Statue Project, which we began a few years ago. The museum itself has donated an amount on our way to $120,000 to pay a Canadian Black artist. We did a call to Canadian artists. Mel has been bronzed. He's in storage and he's ready to be put in place. We'll be making an announcement soon where he will be situated on a granite bench, and people can sit and enjoy memories of Mel Brown in our community. Next. It's our 20th anniversary, which is really incredible. The region was the only funder at the beginning of the Children's Museum, the Waterloo Region Children's Museum. We took, before my time, the City of Kitchener allowed us to move into one of their assets at the corner of King and Queen, and we will be celebrating all year long with our anniversary. Next. You may not be able to see this very well. These are beer labels, and we've been working with a Cambridge brewery, Farm League, I believe it's called, and these are local and international artists. Nicole Benno in the bottom left corner, and Steph Boutari in the top right, and then from New York City in the 1980s, Saul LeWitt, and our own iPool logo. And these beers will help us celebrate our 20th year. Next. We've also just invested $500,000 in the first digital immersive room. You can see Chair Redmond in the bottom right, at the very back corner there, and MPP Laura May Lindo at the front, as we opened up iPool very recently. It's wonderful, it's interactive, it's trippy, and I encourage you all to come and see it. We're showcasing 14 expensive and wonderful Christie digital projectors and local digital artists. Next. We bring world-class speakers here. Very recently, Bill Nye, we sponsored that program. We brought Fran Lebowitz up to Wilfrid Laurier University, and we do this on an annual basis. Next. And there's lots that we do for all stages of life. We're very much a museum that is for all stages of life. And as you can see there, from 55 and better, our programming for seniors to families to education. We offer our stage to a number of local groups and so on that can't afford to pay. And we're a place of celebration. Next. I'll go through this very quickly. It's just to attempt to show you that we actually are a regional asset. And I know at your last meeting, there was a lot of conversation about those types of things. This is, in terms of economic impact, we bring 40% from outside of the region. Next. And you can see the population as of 2016. Again, you can see this more clearly than I, but you can see the percentages of the individual cities and townships. Next. And we keep an eye on those, and obviously we are overachieving in Kitchener. In certain areas, we are overachieving in Cambridge, we are overachieving in the townships and so on. And you have these slides that you can take a closer look. Next.
David, I'm going to ask you if you can wrap up. You're out of time.
Yep, you have all of these in front of you. Cambridge, we're overachieving. The next slide, we're overachieving in the townships. If you just keep going, please, slowly through it, and every 1 second. And you can take a look at this. We're very, very pleased at what we do. We try very hard to be a regional asset, to bring people from outside of the region. We thank you very, very much. should it be approved that we receive our funding tonight? Normally, we receive it in January. We're borrowing money right now to meet payroll at extreme percentages from the banks and so on. So we would really urge you to please support us soon, and thank you all very, very much.
Thank you, David. Don't go away. I see a question from Councillor Deutschman. Councillor Deutschman, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Redmond. Through you to Mr. Marscal. First of all, David, just want to congratulate you on those concert series. I haven't been able to attend one myself, unfortunately. Sometimes I'm not really attuned to the calendar as to when something's coming up, but I think to have Julie Black out for that event after the national anthem, which I thought was genius on her part. So congratulate you for that. And I was going to ask you about the funding, and I guess my question would be to staff that if there was an approval for the funding this evening, how soon could we get the funding out to the museum so that they would minimize?
So, Councillor Deutschman, I'm going to tell you that if you want questions of clarification or comments to the delegations, that's great. But if you want questions of staff, that's a separate round of...
Should I do it during new business?
We have a report later on.
Oh, during that time?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. My apologies. Thanks again, Dave, for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vermanovich.
Thank you. I was actually going to ask the same questions. So I guess we're coming to questions of staff right after the delegation?
We'll do questions of staff when the report comes forward.
Oh, so we're not,
No,
like normally in the past, we've done delegations and the issue.
We're going to do it according to the agenda
Okay,
because we have several delegations.
thank you.
I think that's everything, David. Thank you very much, and really do appreciate your pan-regional approach and the kind of statistics that you brought to us. It's very important.
Thank you all very, very much.
Thank you. The next delegation is Janice Jim, organizer Ground Up WR. Welcome, Janice. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening, Chair Redmond and members of Regional Council. I'm here on behalf of myself and members of Ground Up Waterloo Region. We are disturbed about lack of transparency in the WRPS budget review process. As you well know, a 49-page staffing review report was prepared by KPMG. It was not released until March 28th, more than a month after the budget was already approved, and it was only released after a Freedom of Information request was made. WRPS had an average of $3.3 million in budget surplus from 2019 to 2021. The surplus in 2019 was $2.1 million. In 2020, it was $4.9 million. In 2021, it was $2.3 million. I find it egregious that these numbers were not important enough to be included in the executive summary. It is egregious that these numbers were not provided to the entire Regional Council and members of the Kitchener-Waterloo community. I'm holding in my hand the one-page executive summary, has one sentence in bold. The review recommends that the service consider an increase in its frontline officer complement to help address high officer caseloads and declining clearance rates. It seems convenient that the summary mentions the need for additional staffing without mentioning that our WRPS has a healthy surplus to pay for these officers without an increase in their budget. How can a budget be properly discussed and voted upon if such important numbers are left out? The 2019 surplus of $2.1 million could equate to an approximately 18 first-class constables, and I quote this directly from the KPMG report. This assumes that the service is not currently reinvesting the staffing surplus in other priority areas of their organization. The full version of the KPMG report suggests police tap into previous budget surpluses to offset the cost of annual officer additions. This is outrageous. Regional Council had groups like Porchlight Counseling asking for $36,000 to create 3 bed spaces for women experiencing homelessness and addiction. They were denied this funding. Council voted to deny this funding without knowing that WRPS was sitting on a healthy surplus. Regional Chair Redmond, Mayor Sandy Shantz, Councillor Doug Craig all sit on the Police Services Board. They had access to the full KPMG report and yet failed to provide the full council with these numbers. I would call that quite a glaring oversight and a dereliction of duty. These 3 members sit on the Police Services Board to represent Regional Council and the people of Waterloo Region. The deadlock vote to send the police budget back for review might very well have turned out differently if these three members performed their duty and provided proper oversight of the
I'm
police
going to
budget.
caution you as a delegation to be careful with your words.
Okay, noted. Instead, they rubber-stamped the budget and sent it along to council, knowing important facts and numbers were missing. I'm asking for council to revisit the allocation of the budget for WRPS in light of the full KPMG report. I'm asking that the budget review process be amended to ensure full transparency, that any figures and information provided to the Police Services Board be provided to the public and regional council contemporaneously. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the delegation? Seeing none, thank you. The next delegation is Kevin White from Kitchener. Kevin, you have 5 minutes. Welcome.
Good evening, Chair and councillors. I am speaking this evening regarding some concerns about the KPMG report, which was done for the Waterloo Regional Police Service and was only made available for public viewing, and it is my understanding the viewing of the majority of council recently and rather inappropriately after the police budget had been voted on. I suspect it has been brought to council's attention that the report's first recommendation is to use existing police budget surpluses for staffing. More specifically, the report notes the service's lowest budget surplus appeared in 2019 with a $2.1 million surplus, and the largest was in 2020 with a $4.9 million surplus. Based on estimated 2023 salary costs, the lowest budget surplus seen in 2019 could equate to approximately 18 additional first-class constables. I do not recall this being brought up when the council debated a sizable police budget increase in February. The report mentions the word surplus or surpluses 10 times, making reference to police budget surpluses from previous years and that staffing should, at least in substantial part, be paid for through these surpluses. This comes as a significant disappointment, to say the least, to a variety of previous delegations and organizations that have petitioned the region for continued funding or increases to operating budgets that were substantially smaller than any of these surpluses, and frequently these were organizations providing immediate benefit to underserved community members. There is also a rather distressing note on page 12 of the KPMG report. As part of the Policing Challenges summary, the report says this: the population also increased in diversity. In the same 5 years, there was a 59% increase in visible minorities. That this page of information was apparently not questioned, contested, or objected to suggests that WRPS and the Police Services Board members found it quite a reasonable statement. That is to say, that diversity and visible minorities equate to more crime. This is exceptionally troubling as it suggests that criminal behavior is inherent in visible minorities. However, this reasoning would correlate with previous reporting of police behavior, given that WRPS has continuously had an overrepresentation of Black, Middle Eastern, and Indigenous persons with intelligence notes collected, indicating a concerning and targeted level of surveillance. Additionally, a 2020 CBC report indicated that roughly 1/3 of persons with intelligence notes collected by police did not have a permanent residence. I again consider what might be done with these funds for persons without a permanent residence and organizations seeking to aid such persons. Indeed, in 2020, then Chief Brian Larkin was quoted as asking, "Are we taking action as a police service where we're potentially criminalizing something that's better dealt with in the social service sector?" This quote from the former chief would match to some extent with the second recommendation from the KPMG report, which is to promote proactive policing, or what some might have previously referred to as crime prevention. This report being kept unavailable to the public and members of regional council prior to deliberating and deciding on an approved police budget is troubling. However, this obfuscation from the police is not limited to omitting this information from budgetary discussions. The WRPS, it was more recently reported, changed the way it measured racial inequalities in its use of force cases. CBC reported on this on March 27th, noting that multiple experts in criminology and law enforcement suggested that the methodology by which the data was presented was improper, inaccurate, and that it may set a problematic precedent. The data was presented at a WRPS board meeting to suggest that there did not exist any racial bias in policing. However, the data was later analyzed by a local data scientist, Craig Sloss, demonstrating that the opposite was true. The concern around this obfuscation is only multiplied by the KPMG report, specifically in reference to that note on page 12. A regional councillor has previously noted that his concern when discussing the WRPS budget was the morale of the police. I would wonder how the morale of organizations that have extremely limited budgets to provide essential community services would be affected, given that there were surpluses in the millions apparently unused while their relatively minimal requests were denied. I would have concern about the morale of constituents who are visible minorities, given that some present council members apparently approved of a report that suggested an increase in the population of visible minorities specifically represents an increase in crime. Given this concerning information was only brought to light recently thanks to a Freedom of Information request from local media and not, unfortunately, by police services board members on council, it is imperative for council to take action. I would hope council can determine what those actions could and should be. However, one suggestion would be to revisit Councillor Deutschman's motion that the police budget be brought back to council for reconsideration. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no questions. Thank you very much. The next delegation is Cynthia Sundberg, and Cynthia, you have 5 minutes. Cynthia, you're online, I believe.
I am. Thanks, Karen.
Welcome.
So thanks for the opportunity, everyone. I'm here to talk about the Lancaster ramps, and just to hopefully give you some food for thought on your decision to potentially close them. First, I want to thank you for the opportunity of allowing me to speak. I'm a resident of the city of Kitchener and in the River Run and Kiwanis Park area for about 20 years, and I also own and operate businesses in uptown Waterloo and downtown Kitchener for almost as long. I travel from my neighborhood to DTK daily to work, and I use that Lancaster pathway, unless construction interferes, which we all know for those of us in the neighborhood is a lot of it. And I only recently learned about the decision to close the Lancaster ramps from 570 News on April 4th. So in the last few weeks, through some of my canvassing, I've also learned that residents and business owners around the area had no idea that this was happening. They had no idea why. And although my understanding of the information is rudimentary, I'm basing it on some media articles, Google searches, some of the meeting notes, but I certainly council member and don't have the depth that you do. And that being said, I wanted to give you some questions to think about before you make your final decision and hopefully reassess the importance of these ramps. First off, we all know taxpayers paid for these ramps, and this decision shouldn't be made frivolously. I think there's lots of organizations lobbying for money and taking away something that currently exists that potentially could cause additional costs and also maybe be brought back in the future as development happens in that area is something I really think is a possibility. Today, I had the opportunity to drive back and forth over that Lancaster ramp area a number of times because of circumstances. I had to get my mobile phone fixed at the PC Fix-It place on Lancaster. And in that time, I saw every time I went past, and I went past 4 times today, those ramps, there were always cars going on north and on the north coming in or coming off from the north and going on to the north from Lancaster. And in the morning, I think I counted 10 cars just coming on there. And in the afternoon, there was 10 or 12 that were going off. So these ramps are definitely used. They may not be as busy as the Bridgeport and University ramps, but they're certainly used. And as for pedestrians and bicyclists, I know there's some concern there about their safety. I saw one bicyclist all day in my travels go across that ramp, and he did it with flair. There were no issues. He worked with the traffic, and in fact, as I followed him, he was in a much more dangerous position going down Lancaster towards the Lanc and Bridge Street because there was a bus, there were many, many cars backed up, and he was pinched in a very, very small bike lane. So, I think if we're looking at where we want to create safety for these cyclists, that's not really a pressing priority. As well, there's very few pedestrians that walk around that area. Most of them are traveling between Arnold and Wellington up to Victoria. Again, I'm traveling this every day. I'm not sure how many of you are, but I certainly get the privilege of seeing a lot of cars and people moving through there. The traffic in itself, I really worry about how much at that intersection of Bridgeport Lancaster, it's going to be congested. There's already a lot of wait time there, and with those ramps being closed, that's going to divert all that traffic through the Bridgeport area. We know there's a number of accidents in Bridgeport that exit onto off the highway onto Bridgeport, and people take many risks with their lives there. So I just wanted you to think about a few things. Accidents, how many are on the Lancaster ramps, and how many are going to increase at Bridgeport, and is that a reasonable trade-off? Is there any documented data about collisions for these pedestrians and cyclists and near missage? Lack of usage, I've heard that again and again, but was that data collected during a quiet time here or during COVID-19 or in 2019 before everything changed? How is it different with the Wellington and the Bridgeport ramps? We've got lots of data, but I don't know where to find it. So how can we make that more accessible for people? How is this going to impact the emergency vehicles, especially the fire station that's on Lancaster? And what's the original strategy with these ramps? Why was it done? Because if it was done in the first place, then I'm wondering why we want to take those away. So, given the lack of public input, it's really concerning to me that more people didn't know about this. And I'm really hoping you'll reconsider to give us a chance to give you more input before a costly decision is made.
Thank you, Cynthia, and that was a photo finish. You finished right on time. Thank you very much.
I saw the clock.
Councillor Pravanovich.
Thank you very much, Chair Redmond, and thank you, Ms. Sundberg, for coming in this evening. And so you indicate you travel through this area regularly. You have businesses in downtown Kitchener and uptown Waterloo. One of the things I've been hearing from some residents is also the fact that, and maybe you can speak to it, maybe someone else can speak to it better, that in this Lancaster neighborhood and so on, there are no grocery stores. People travel to get to the grocery stores, and the grocery stores are in fact on University Avenue. And so for people from that Lancaster neighborhood, the easiest way to get to those grocery stores are in fact to get on the ramp, go northbound, and either get off at University and go right to get to the one plaza at University and Bridge, or to go left to go to the Zares at, I believe it's University and Lincoln. And so I'm wondering if you have any perspectives on that in particular. In the absence of that access point, would it be your sense that all that will do is in fact put additional pressure on the city streets for people to be able to get there?
I think you read my mind, Barry, because that was in my notes, but I didn't get to it because of time. So today I had to go from the PC Fix-It shop to Zares, and I took that northbound ramp to get there. It took me not even 2 minutes to get there. If I would have had to go through the light, down the street, down Margaret, through town, that would have been much, much longer. And even taking Bridgeport, that light at Bridgeport and Lancaster can be quite long. And the length of those rings of the ramps at Bridgeport, it's a very big ring there. And I know this sounds neurotic, but I do time it, and that takes me at least 2 minutes just to get from the light to around the ring to get onto the highway. So, it's going to create more congestion, and I think the potential collisions, that intersection at Bridgeport and Lancaster is very, very busy, and it's awkward for pedestrians and cyclists because of yields. There's a couple of yield spots by the Tim Hortons and across from it. There's a lot of left turning. People are aggressive. They try to beat those lights. It's just a really intense and dense place, and then there's not enough room for traffic between Bridgeport and the roundabout at Bridge. So because of buses, because of the heavy traffic coming in from Bridgeport, and also going past the school on Bridgeport, that roundabout is a great idea, but there are some things that need to be fixed there, and I am worried that there's going to be a serious collision or loss of life. And then when the collisions happen in that area, there's nowhere to go. So people are essentially trapped because you can't maneuver past it. So, the speed for people that are in that area to get to University is fantastic, and it saves time, but also safety for me and at that intersection where the lights are. I think that's going to be the biggest problem if you take out those ramps.
Okay, thank you for sharing your perspectives.
Thank you very much. I see no further questions. So again, Cynthia, thank you. And our next delegation is Christian Kodowitz. Welcome, and you have 5 minutes.
Honorable Regional Chair and Councillors, my name is Christian Kodowitz. I'm a lifetime resident since 1957 of the Brighton Park area, and saying that I and my extended family have concerns about closing the Lancaster Street ramps would be putting it mildly. It seems some are using safety issues and lack of use of the ramps as a way to perpetuate their cycling agenda. Choosing the perceived needs of the few cyclists over the hundreds of cars isn't fair. Painted lines, signage, plus additional lanes for the bikers should work, as there isn't anything there now anyway. The intersection of Bridgeport Road and Lancaster will become a nightmare once the 1,200 more residential units are finished behind the Tim Hortons. The lineup of cars in all directions will add to our carbon footprint and excessive idling times for the cars waiting to turn onto Bridgeport Road. We're in a climate emergency, I hear. Exiting and entering the existing businesses will also be more difficult. This could lead to fender benders and frustrated drivers. I know I'll be one. Consider this. Has anyone looked into a hybrid scenario closing only the off-ramp on Highway 85 South onto Lancaster and leaving 85 North ramp open? The cars aren't up to speed entering the ramp, and the long run out when merging onto Highway 85 North is sufficient, or it could be massaged a little bit. I know casual bikers like myself have no issues crossing over the expressway in either direction using the Lancaster Street Bridge the way it is. Like I said, a few pavement markings and signage is all we need to satisfy the few cyclists. Even the Waterloo resident seen bringing his bicycle into Kitchener Council chambers on CTV News, which aired on April the 4th. I'm surprised he wasn't asked to leave. The me-first attitude of some bikers are also a problem on our roads. I don't ever recall seeing that guy on most of anyone on the bridge the few times a day I used 85 North. Spending millions on rehabilitation to accommodate the few is a huge waste of our tax dollars. I feel the studies were somewhat biased, with no general community impact study was ever done to my knowledge. No one asked me, and the engaged sites provided no feedback. I live a few blocks from Lancaster. The closures will impact me, others, and the environment in a negative way, with more liters of gasoline burned, waiting longer at the intersection. Even more with the compilation of those 1,200 dwellings at the corner of Bridgeport Road and Riverbank. Remember, cyclists are responsible to keep themselves safe by following the rules of the road, by being responsible cyclists and being aware of their surroundings at all times, just like a car driver is expected. So under the guise of safety, a small number of bikers want their own multi-million-dollar bridge at the expense of tax-paying drivers. Who first thought of this idea to close the ramps, I'd like to know. In closing, who came up with the saying, driving is a privilege, not a right? Driving is a right. It's absolutely necessary. It's a right because we can't really live without it, and we pay for that right. On the other hand, cycling on roadways is a privilege. Roads are paid for in part by gas tax, and drivers give up part of the road so bikers can use it for free. No license, no insurance, no helmet. If the suggested space or segregated space we provide for them isn't good enough, we have meetings like this to appease the few to close roads. Thank you for your consideration and casting your vote to either leave the ramps open or going with a hybrid version to maintain the 85 North ramp would be an optimum solution. And yes, Barry, I do take those roads to the stores that you were talking about, the grocery stores. And I've lived in that area for a long, long time. I walked 85, I walked that highway when it was first paved and there was no cars on it. Cars in those days still had bias ply tires. And that was in 1981.
Thank you very, very much for your intervention, and Councilor Urbanovich has a question.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I'm a little hard of hearing, so you'd have, if someone's going to ask me a question.
Yeah, no worries. First of all, thank you, Mr. Kotowitz, for coming in. I did just want to clarify that the delegation with the bicycle was actually here at Regional Council and
Oh,
not,
was it here?
and-
Okay,
and
sorry,
not
sorry.
at the city, just to clarify that piece. And the other piece, in your thought around the possible alternative of ramp closures, are you aware that in fact it is the ramp that comes off of the highway at Lancaster that has almost double the traffic than the one going on? So the one coming off has about 3,200 cars a day. The one
Right.
going on has about 1,800.
Yes, yes, and that's the one coming from Waterloo, and you're peeling off to the right to get up to Lancaster, that would go up to Union?
Yes, so that's.
Okay, so that's the one that has very little space for cars to merge.
Right.
And I see that, and that's why I suggested a hybrid version, because even if you close that, I personally, for many, many, many years, have used the ramp going down Lancaster from Guelph Street and taking in that ramp up to Highway 86 North up to Waterloo. There's no issues with that whatsoever. The other way might be. So a hybrid version is something that you might want to consider, if that's even possible.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your delegation. That is all the questions that I have, so you can take your seat, and the next delegation is Victoria Hand. Victoria, you have 5 minutes. And I'm sorry, you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, I've also got 2 items, so I'm going to go really quickly. I'm sorry about this. So as you can hear, I'm English. I moved to Canada in 2016 directly to this city, and I came from Luxembourg. I am both a singer in the Granville Choir and I'm an avid cyclist. So sorry if you hate me, but I feel like I am entitled to my life. And that is the difference. I know that the Lancaster Street area is very difficult to put cycling infrastructure and pedestrian infrastructure that is safe and that is good for people. I know that this city and the region is trying to put in something that can enable people to get around safely. There's no perfect solution, there never is, that will suit everybody. We have to find a compromise. I personally, as a cyclist, would support those off-ramps having something done to them. Because yes, you may see the odd cyclist going across there. I have friends that I can't really visit because I, as a confident cyclist, don't like cycling down that stretch of road. I will do everything I can to avoid it. So, and with that, you've probably seen my fluorescent jacket. My helmet lights up with indicators to tell you where I'm going. I am as visible as I can be. I am as safe as I can be. And I still wouldn't take even my teenage nephews down that road on their bikes. Moving on to the other item that I want to cover, though, I am a singer. I sing with the Granville Choir. We do a lot in this region to try and bring culture and music to the area. We have had walks in the forest where we have sung to people as they've walked around the forest during the pandemic. We have produced a video during the pandemic of a uniquely created song for the pandemic that highlighted our region along with 5 other choirs across Canada. And that has been seen globally. And we've also been doing things during the pandemic to keep our singing going and to keep young composers going. We have still been running composition competitions. We have still been singing in the park at Christmas to bring Christmas carols to people. We need to carry on that work. We need to keep educating our youth and our children through the choirs there. And we need to keep bringing excellence and our music to more people. Please, please consider maintaining the funding that we've had in the past. And allowing us to continue the good work we do there. I believe I have 30 more seconds, but I will say thank you very much for listening to me. As an entitled cyclist, I will make my way safely home after this meeting, but if you have any questions, please do ask.
So, Victoria, thank you very much for coming in, and a smooth transition for 2 issues that don't necessarily seem connected. So it was a great segue. Thank you very much. I see no questions. You may have your seat.
Thank you all for your time.
The next delegation has 3 minutes because of the time they registered, and that's Peter Kotowitz. You have 3 minutes.
There may be a bit of an echo here. Honorable Chair and Councillors, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm here regarding the Lancaster Street ramps, and I'm here to support keeping these ramps open. I'm Peter Kotowitz, his brother. My family and I have lived spread throughout the neighborhood for generations, and we have all used these ramps with no complaints since they were first built in the 70s. I personally cycle over 2,000 kilometers per year locally, hike all over town in good and bad weather, and drive for both work and pleasure. Generally, the traffic here is not that bad. Closing these ramps would be unwise. The small issues here would be transplanted and far worse at the Wellington Street Bridge and Bridgeport Road underpass at the highway. The increased traffic at the Bridgeport Road, Lancaster Street, and Riverbend Drive intersection, currently busy with will become extreme, particularly when 1,200 new dwellings are added next to Tim Hortons. There's the echo. The cycling issues here can be improved with new lane markings and signage, but I would also prefer that this be added to Riverbend, which currently has nothing. Lines on pavements work, but raised curbs and other obstacles are dangerous. Don't do what was done on Cedar and Joseph Streets downtown, which I, as a cyclist, avoid. On Highway 85, vehicular traffic congestion appears to be caused by merging issues primarily during AM and PM rushes at the bend. Could these be alleviated with an additional southbound lane from 2 to 3 lanes, permitting better interweaving from Herb Street? In addition, the northbound congestion could be alleviated by adding another passing lane from 2 to 3 lanes and extending the run-in from Lancaster to meet up with the run-out at Bridgeport Road exit. There appears to be adequate width. Until very recently, I had the impression that this issue was settled and ramp removals would not proceed. However, there seems to have been some media confusion. Apparently, we are told the region has the final say, even though city voted to keep the ramps. Or will it be MTO when the new Highway 7 finally proceeds? Please add lanes, paint lines, but keep the ramps open. This would be a benefit to cyclists, which they might see as a compromise, but hopefully this will prevent the complete alienation and infuriation of drivers and minimize congesting other areas unnecessarily. I hope that my concerns demonstrate that these ramps can and should stay open. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, great timing. You've got about 8 seconds left. I see no questions, but thank you very much for coming in to delegate.
It's an echo chamber, so thank you very much.
Colleagues, that is the end of our delegations. The next agenda item is minutes of previous meetings, and it is 9.1 through 9.6. If I could have a mover and a seconder for these meetings. Moved by Councillor Leggett, seconded by Councillor Harris. All those, I guess you can be in favor or against, but please use e-scribe to cast your ballot. Colleagues, that is carried. The next agenda item, 10.1 and 10.2, are items in our council information package. They have been distributed to you electronically, and these are items to receive for information unless anybody wants to highlight anything. Seeing none, I would now consider a motion to go into committee of the whole to consider reports. Moved by Councillor Erb, seconded by Councillor Wolf. Please use your e-scribe buttons. That is carried. Next agenda item of finance reports. Mr. Dyer, Commissioner of Corporate Services, Chief Financial Officer, is available if there are any questions. And these are items 12.1.1 through to 12.1.2, and it has 2 parts. If I could have a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Leggett, seconded by Councillor Hunick. Please use your e-scribe to vote. Councillor Shantz, do you have a question? Sorry.
Thank you. It's just a question of clarification. I had someone ask me just very recently, and I haven't had a chance to follow up. The Sawmill Road, is there another piece of that that goes towards Breslau, I guess, east perhaps? Or is that the extent of the Sawmill Road construction in Bloomingdale? I'm not... You can get back to me on that.
Okay. Thank you. So that is carried, colleagues. And sorry, Councillor Shantz, I did not see your hand. Next is committee reports, Administration and Finance Committee summary from April 4th, 2023. There are item 1 through 5, and there are several subparts to this. If I could have a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Wolf. Please use your e-scribe for the motion that you see before you. Colleagues, that is carried. The next agenda item is Community Health and Services Committee summary. This is April 4th, 2023. This has 2 parts to it. If I could have a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Erb, seconded by Councillor Williams. Please use your e-scribe. We're taking this in 2 parts, colleagues, because there is a conflict. So the first one is Part 1, the Regional Municipality of Waterloo support temporary public art installation. Funding up to $20,000 for public art. That is carried, colleagues. The second motion okay, so it still has 1 beside it, but this one is allocation of new licensed childcare spaces related to the Canada-wide early learning and childcare growth for additional 997 childcare spaces. So the mover and the seconder are the same for both motions. It's just we're taking 2 parts because of a conflict of interest by Councillor Deutschmann. That is carried, colleagues. The next agenda item is Planning and Works summary, April 4th, 2023. If I could have a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Vrbanovich, seconded by Councillor McCabe. I was going to call you McQuarrie. That was a... is there any discussion? So this is the closure of the ramps at Highway 85 and Lancaster interchange, City of Kitchener, and the completion of the construction to amend the traffic and parking bylaw as amended for 86. Councillor Vrbanovich.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair. And if I can ask that we deal with Clause 1 first, and then I will speak to it. Sorry, that we did deal with Clause 1 separately, not first. Well, you can deal with it first, too.
Okay, I'm So, Councillor Vrbanovich, you moved and they were seconded, so we will take everything. Do you want just 1A or 1 taken separately?
1 in its entirety taken separately.
Okay, so we will be voting on 2, 3, this goes on for pages, through to 7. Okay, so from 2 to 7, it's been moved and seconded. If you would use e-scribe to indicate your support or lack of support thereof.
No, everything but
Councillor
1.
Hunick, it's 2 to 7 that we're voting on right now. So what we are not dealing with at this juncture, but we will after this vote, is the Lancaster ramps. So 2 through 7 is several pages. Do you want me to read them? Okay, so you want me just to do the highlights? So number 2 is the completion of the construction for traffic and parking. And this is on line 86 and Floridale Road. And there's a few other roads. Item 3 is the regional municipality direct and authorize the regional solicitor to take the following actions with respect to expropriation of land for improvements at the intersection of Sawmill Road and E.B. Crest Road in the township of Wellesley. Is it, well, did I say the wrong, did I move them? Okay. It is Woolwich. Item 4 is approval of the recommendation for interim active transportation improvements proposed on Myers Road as outlined in a report dated April 4th. Number 5 is taking action regarding the property municipally known as 130 Water Street North in the city of Cambridge. 6 is the regional municipality endorse the guiding principles within the water supply strategy as summarized in a report dated April 4th. 5 was traffic calming measures on Myers Road. 6 is endorse the principles of water supply strategy, and 7 is approve the full granting funding requested by 5 eligible applicants under the 2023 Economic Development Grant Entrepreneurial Initiative funds in the amount of $138,000 as outlined in report dated April 4th, 2023.
Okay, apologies for the delay. Thank you so much.
You might have different numbers.
Does that help?
7. It's the water supply. So what's going on with 8?
Okay, my script is slightly different. Okay, the right items but the wrong numbers. Is that close enough, Chantel? Okay. You can vote now. Can everybody else vote, or have I thoroughly confused everybody? Okay, so please use eScribe to vote on items 2 through 8 in your package. Apparently, I have different numbering. That is carried, colleagues. So we are back to item 1, which is, I'm waiting for it to come up on the screen. So it is endorse permanent closure of both ramps of Highway 86 and Lancaster Street interchange in the city of Kitchener as outlined in a report of March 7th, 2023. And B, direct staff to file notice of completion of the study and place the environment study file on the public record for a period of 30 days. And C, subject to the final approval of the environmental assessment study, forward a request to the Ministry of Transportation to include the removal of the ramps in the upcoming highway reconstruction project. Councillor Bravanovich.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And before I make my comments, I'm wondering if I can just ask the clerk for some direction. Would it be most appropriate for us, because the motion, obviously, that I'm going to be bringing forward is opposite of what has come from committee. So would it be appropriate for us to vote on this and to vote it down first, and then deal with the motion in the affirmative?
The clerk is concurring that it would be most appropriate to vote it down.
Okay, so if I can just speak to that, Madam Chair, and I want to begin by obviously what I'm asking and encouraging council to do is to vote down the recommendation coming out of the committee. I want to begin by thanking the community members who've been engaged on this issue, on quite frankly, on both sides of a complex issue. And including the many who have engaged with council after first learning about it from either the first regional committee meeting, the Kitchener City Council meeting, or the second regional committee meeting, and the media reports on the issue that have helped bring light to the closure. Colleagues, I just want to reflect on the fact that this region and its 7 municipalities are slated to be one of the fastest growing regions in Ontario, together with the GTHA and Ottawa. We know that we have a housing shortage that is impacting both supply and affordability. All of us as area municipalities are working diligently together with the region in that regard. And part of doing that and recognizing that our population is going to grow by approximately 50% is also taking a more complete streets approach to the way we do things. Recognizing that we have to find the appropriate balance between those who walk, those who cycle, and those who use their vehicles to get around our community. I think as we look at those issues, it's also important to remember that we are in a period of transition in that regard, and what we're doing is not moving, creating, quite frankly, a war on cars, but what we're trying to do is, in fact, create an environment that sees safe travel mechanisms for everyone. And I know, some of the work that we're doing in that regard includes the work that we're going to be doing going forward around traffic safety. Colleagues, I also want to acknowledge that 2023 marks the 50th anniversary of Waterloo Region, and the strength of our federation of 7 area municipalities in this region since 1973 has been built upon being unified in some of the big picture thinking needed to see the collective success of our whole area. And that has included things like our airport, the LRT, and our regional official plan, while also respecting the unique needs and priorities of our individual communities when they have been expressed as they have been in this instance. That has been our success over the past 50 years, and I believe that it is also the recipe for our continued success going forward. We've heard from numerous residents who actually live in the broader area, such as some of those tonight, and many others. Yes, we've heard from both sides, but significantly from the people who actually live in the area and who do have businesses in the area. We've heard significant concerns at this committee through correspondence and so on. We've heard from Peter Benninger Realty, the Hacienda, MTE, Lancaster Smokehouse, Alpine Club, and others. And I want to remind Council that for some of these organizations, it's been a really tough few years. And they've expressed concerns. Organizations like the Alpine Club are struggling and working hard to make sure that they continue to be active as a club that preserves their German Canadian culture. On the environment, I know one of the things that folks have talked about is the environment, and yet we recognize, and even the report recognizes, for the 5,000 vehicles right now, and if we reflect roughly on the population increase, 7,500 vehicles in the future potentially. These are vehicles that are going to be spending more time on the road and actually having greater GHG emissions into the atmosphere, having an opposite impact on what I think we're trying to achieve in terms of our climate action plan. From a safety perspective, yes, some of those numbers have been articulated as being higher proportionately in relation to other ramps, but the reality is when we looked at these numbers in comparison to many other regional intersections, we've recognized that in fact the numbers aren't higher than many of those areas, and again, like anything, it requires balance. The last point that I'm going to make is the impact on economic development in this area and residential development. At a time when the province is looking to us to meet our commitments in terms of the number of homes that need to be built, at a time when we know that there's additional residential projects being built in this area, taking a decision such as this, which is counterintuitive to the work that needs to be done, is actually going to, in my view and in our city council's view, going to be harmful to our community. We know that we've heard from many businesses that this will cause challenges to an area that continues to have both manufacturing, retail that's trying to rejuvenate itself, and so on. And so for all of these reasons and more, I encourage this council to not support this, and then we can deal with a motion in the positive.
Thank you,
Madam
Councillor
Chair.
Vavanovich. Councillor McCabe.
Thank you very much. Through you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to speak to this as well because I certainly hear a few things that have been expressed, certainly by residents who live in the area, businesses who have businesses in the area, who actually support the closure of this ramp. So there has been information provided from people on all sides of this and who live in the area. I just wanted to also remind council that although Lancaster Street is in Kitchener, we are a regional government, and things that are we are, as was stated, but things that happen in one municipality have impacts on other municipalities, particularly a municipality that is right beside it. And so, as I had shared when this came up in March 7th, and then again a couple of weeks ago, this project has been discussed and considered, and there's been significant public consultation on it going back to 2018. So, and this project has had City of Waterloo staff involved in the consultation and on the project team, as well as City of Kitchener staff on the project team. So this project is really important to the City of Waterloo in the redevelopment of both Herb Street and Bridgeport Street. The other thing that I would like to point out is that this isn't new. The consultation on this issue, whether people learned about it more recently through the media or not, there was active consultation, as Mr. Getsky outlined when we discussed this a couple of weeks ago. And as he said at the time, there was unusually high consultation or unusually high response to the Engage Waterloo Region surveys and public consultation meetings that were held. So I think it's really worth noting and stating again that this isn't new. Yes, it was in the paper recently or in the news recently, but this process started nearly 5 years ago, and the discussion. So this isn't a sudden issue that's come up. There was significant consultation and input from groups in the community. Individuals, both the municipalities, going back to 2018. So, and I would also just note that, yes, the City of Kitchener did vote on this, but the ward councillor who represents this area actually voted to close it. She voted against that motion. So I think if you really want to get local, that gets really local, right? The local ward councillor in Kitchener voted to close this ramp. So those are some, I wanted to just remind council of those facts and let people know again that the City of Waterloo is very much in favor of this. And just to keep in mind the impacts that we all know municipal decisions have in one municipality reflect out beyond the borders of each municipality. So, I would again encourage us all to vote to close this ramp. Sorry, the other thing I would like to mention is the road safety studies involved with this. When we talked about this 2 or 3 weeks ago, there was questions that Mr. Getsky answered from a variety of council members who inquired about the collisions that are caused at this because of the short distance of Lancaster ramp. And the information that he provided at the time was, so Bridgeport ramp has about 25,000 vehicles go on and off those ramps every day. Lancaster has significantly less at 3,500 or 5,000, but has significantly per capita more crashes and collisions that occur there because of the problems and the safety issues with that ramp. So if we want to talk about road safety, we really need to take those issues into account as well. There are significant, per capita or for cars, there's significantly more crashes at that, on those ramps. And that is the reason why the Ministry of Transportation is looking to the region to close these ramps, and the cost will be covered by them if we do this now. So those are my comments, and I hope we continue to support the closure of these ramps.
Thank you. I see no new speakers, but I see that Councillor Ravanovich would like to have another intervention.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to clarify, because I think if we're going to be talking facts, it's really important that we're being factual and truthful about those facts. The process that started, I believe, and Mr. Getsky can correct me on this, the consultation on the ramps has not been going on since 2018. The consultation, in fact, happened started either end of November or beginning of December of 2022. Is that correct, Mr. Getsky?
Through the chair, so I can't speak to what larger, I would say, more strategic plans were made before that, but the most recent consultation was, yes, in I think end of October through December.
Okay, so I wanted to clarify that because it wasn't 2018. I think that's an important fact to consider. And secondly, in terms of the ward councillors, my colleague is no doubt aware that the expressway is often a boundary area, and the ward councillor that represents one side of that boundary, who's been on council for 12 years and has in fact talked with a number of members of this council, did in fact support it staying open. The recently elected new councillor is the only person out of 11 members of council who did not support it staying open. So I think, again, that it's important that there's clarity for members of council in their consideration. Thank you. We can ask for a recorded vote.
Thank you very much. I'm going to read the motion which has been moved and seconded, and it is that the Regional Municipality of Waterloo endorse the permanent closure of both ramps at Highway 85 and Lancaster Interchange in the City of Kitchener as outlined in report dated March 7th, 2023. Direct staff to file a notice of completion of the study and place the environmental study file on the public record for a period of 30 days and subject to final approval of the environmental assessment study, forward a request to the Ministry of Transportation to include the removal of the ramps in the upcoming highway construction project. So, colleagues, that is the motion before you, and it's been requested to have a recorded vote.
I'm going to do the recorded vote.
Okay. Clerk will do it.
Chair Redmond.
In favor.
Councillor Craig. Opposed. Councillor Deutschmann.
In favor.
Councillor Erb.
In favor.
Councillor Foxton.
Opposed.
Councillor Harris.
Opposed.
Councillor Hewink.
In favor.
Councillor James.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
Opposed.
Councillor McCabe.
In favor.
Councillor Nowak. Councillor Salonen.
Opposed.
Councillor Shantz.
Opposed.
Councillor Verbanovic.
Opposed.
Councillor Williams.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
It's a tie vote, so it loses.
It's a tied vote, so it is defeated. So, colleagues, we're going to go on. I think the reason that my so we are now going to 12.4, which is Regional Chair Report. I have none. Regional Clerk. It is Waterloo Regional Heritage Foundation appointments. And do you want to speak to it, Clerk?
Basically, it's just the Waterloo Regional Heritage Foundation requiring council to ratify the two appointees that were in the report and the recommendation below.
So colleagues, these names were applications that were vetted by the Heritage Foundation, and you have before you the recommendation that Heidi Peller Oliver for a term ending June 2026 and Susan Burke for a term ending June 2026 be appointed to the Waterloo Regional Heritage Foundation. If I could have a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Leggett, seconded by Councillor Harris. Please use your e-scribe to vote. That is carried, colleagues. The next agenda item is matters under the Committee of the Whole. Motions deferred from the Community and Health Services Committee. The first one was deferred from April 4th. Meeting, Councillor Wolf moved the motion and it was seconded by Councillor Leggett. Before we go into debate, I'd like to call on Rod Regier to talk about. This is municipal funding for key cultural institutions. The floor is yours.
Point of order, Chair Redmond. I just want to, I think we missed a motion. Or, no, we didn't? Okay.
We noted your conflict, Councillor James.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair Redmond. Yeah, so before I start, I should probably, if I was on your side of the horseshoe, I would declare conflict of interest because my dad just recently rejoined the
Thank you. So I should probably, if I was on your side, I'd declare a conflict of interest because my dad just recently rejoined the Philharmonic Choir after a 10-year hiatus, and I think he may very well be the oldest member of he'll be 90 at the end of the month. So he's the bass in the back row with the white hair on the slightly right of center. We want to go through a number of options that Council has for considering how to engage or how to include the Grand Philharmonic Choir and cultural grants funding here. We've done a bit of thinking about how to sort this out, and so I've just got a brief presentation here to work through that. Next slide, please. So in 2020, we want to start by just noting that in 2022, Council gave us direction to put together a grants funding structure that would include an open call for eligible applications, would include updated decision-making criteria for grants and the processes, would align with our general grants policy, and would ensure that other previous recipients weren't excluded from the application process. And so that was finally decided on in August of last year. So staff has been working under the direction that was given to them through that process. Next slide, please. This slide just outlines briefly the structure of the grants. We've got a number of grant programs. In total, they're about $5.6 million in value. The Key Cultural Institutions Grant Program, which we're talking about here, is about $770,000. And you can see that there were approvals and application processes underway for each one of these. Next slide, please. So what is the Key Cultural Grants Program, Cultural Institutions Grants Program? It was developed in 2015 through an exercise that all the area municipalities participated in. We had brought this was prior to my time, and I think Helen Chimeri Russell's time, of course, with the region, but the outcome of that consultation amongst the area municipalities and the industry was brought to an all-council meeting in 2016. And the primary focus is to support large cultural organizations that are responsible for major facilities and have extensive staff structures that they also manage. the concept was also that we would have a single application form for all of these larger organizations so that we didn't duplicate paperwork and that we had a streamlined decision-making process for each of them. And then each municipality, the area municipalities in the region would make their own independent decisions, but they would all be based on the same information. Next slide, please. And I think that this point is important. There was a lot of work, a lot of discussion that underpinned the criteria for that applied to the Key Cultural Institutions program, and those criteria were adopted and have been used by each of the cities and the region since that point. So next slide, please. I'd just like to walk through the criteria briefly. The key cultural institutions are required to uphold consistent professional standards and are recognized for achievements in cultural production and programming at a national and international level. They demonstrate leadership by encouraging greater community participation in the arts, volunteerism, and so on. They have budgets larger than $1 million annually. They're responsible for public buildings and have programming intrinsically linked to those public buildings. And they have multi-layered programming that cements and celebrates the arts and culture and ideas regionally, nationally, and internationally. Next slide, please. So in 2023, Council, so just last in this 2023 budget, we allocated these amounts to the program. The in-kind contributions for the cities are significant. The city of Kitchener contributes $135,000 to the museum. The city of Waterloo makes a significant contribution in kind to the Clay and Glass Gallery, and so on. And the region of Waterloo's focused its contributions to the symphony and to the museum. And this was as a result of, this allocation was as a result of extensive conversation with the area municipalities. Next slide. So the key criteria that the Philharmonic Choir that disqualify it from being eligible for the Key Cultural Institutions programming at this point under these criteria are that it doesn't have operating revenues greater than $1 million, and it does not have responsibility for a significant public building. And so if we were to just take the criteria of the current program, the way it's articulated, the Philharmonic Choir simply doesn't qualify for that program. And as a result, the Philharmonic Choir has been funded outside of the Key Cultural Institutions program for the last 5 or 6 years. Next slide, please. So I'd like to walk council through a couple of different options. The first option is to continue funding the Grand Philharmonic Choir outside of the formal process. Much has been done for the last 5 or 6 years. That's entirely within council's purview, and there are some significant implications, and one of them is that we don't have because it's outside of the program, it will continue to operate outside of council-directed policy relating to grants. So there will be, we anticipate continued frustration from other not-for-profit organizations who would similarly qualify for funding if there was a program that the Philharmonic Choir was eligible for. There are no criteria for evaluation, outside of a program. We would have questions of, the longevity or the longevity of the funding commitment that we may have here as a municipality. There are an ongoing politicization of the granting process, which I know that council spoke about addressing last year. And it does raise questions about our commitment to equity and transparency in the funding process. Next slide, please. So if council chooses option 1, then what we would recommend is that the museum and the symphony funding be approved as presented last at committee earlier this month. And that council receives this presentation for information, and then council passes a separate motion identifying the funding amount for the Grand Philharmonic Choir with the funding source. Next slide. So option 2 is to consider broadening the criteria for the Key Cultural Institutions program so that the Grand Philharmonic Choir actually is eligible. And to do that, it would need to reduce the operating expenditure requirement from 1 million to 250,000, and to change the requirement from holding joint responsibility for public buildings to having programming intrinsically linked to a public facility. Changing these criteria would mean that there would be other organizations that would be eligible for funding out of this program. And, there is a risk that because the criteria for the program have been developed in partnership with all of the area municipalities, that we would make their lives more complicated as well. But we can imagine a way of administrating a program for smaller organizations that would be relatively straightforward. There would be a potential financial impact for, next slide, please. There would be a potential financial impact for broadening the criteria for the key cultural institutions. Either the same budget is distributed amongst more organizations, or some organizations are not awarded funding, or the council decides to add more funding to the program. We've done an initial scan of the organizations that operate in this space and at approximately this scale across the region, and we think that there would probably be 7 or 8, and we've listed some of them here. This is not an exclusive or an exhaustive list by any means, but these are some of the organizations that would become eligible if we did broaden the criteria for the program. Now, there is a minor complication to this, and that is that council has, there are two organizations, the art galleries, the KW Art Gallery and the Clay and Glass Gallery, that are actually at the scale at the scale that would make them eligible for key cultural institutions funding, and they are responsible for public buildings. But council has for many years not funded these organizations because of an understanding that we've had with the area municipalities, and a bylaw which council actually has on the books not to fund galleries as part of this deviation of this organization of responsibilities between the region and the area municipalities. So next slide, please. The financial impact of broadening the criteria, if we were to use the same basic frame of reference, that is funding approximately 10% of their most recent annual revenues, we would be seeing an impact of about $340,000 to support all eligible performing arts organizations at the same level, or up to $550,000 if we were to extend the eligibility criteria to galleries. Next slide, please. So in terms of the timing of option 2, Again, we would recommend that council approve the funding for the museum and the symphony tonight as presented. Council could then approve an adjustment of the key cultural institutions criteria for funding. It would need to add funds presumably to the budget, we could initiate a call for newly eligible organizations by May the 5th and bring funding recommendations back for June. Council, because it's organized, it would be broadening the criteria to include the Philharmonic Choir, could very well make a decision tonight to fund the choir as it's requested, because it would in fact become an eligible organization tonight. Here are a few, next slide please. Here are a few additional considerations. Council could also direct staff to develop some more fulsome, develop a more fulsome review of the guidelines and bring them back to inform the 2024 budget process. If council wishes to include eligible art galleries, then it would need to repeal the bylaw of 2000, which indicates that they're not eligible that they are an area municipal responsibility. And of course, the Philharmonic Choir and other organizations across the region will become eligible for the municipal accommodations tax funded program, which we're bringing back to, Helen is bringing back to council next month, I guess, in May, yeah. So next slide, please. I'd like to pose a couple of questions here for council's consideration as it's going into this discussion. And those questions are as follows. Does council want to have a policy-driven grant process, or would it prefer open appeals for annual funding for cultural organizations? Does council wish to expand the funding for the arts, or divide existing funding amongst more organizations? Does council want to expand the list of eligible organizations to better reflect the diversity of the region, or would it prefer to exempt organizations from the evaluation process, or both? Does council wish to coordinate arts granting policy with area municipalities, or would it prefer to develop an independent approach and process? And finally, does council, and I don't think this is a question that you can address tonight, frankly. I think this is a larger question that we can debate over the, in the subsequent discussions. But I think there is an outstanding question here that, does council feel that there should be different responsibilities with regards to the arts and culture funding between the region of Waterloo and area municipalities? So that's my presentation, Madam Chair. And Helen and I are here to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you very much, Rod. You've certainly given us a lot to chew on, and I would tell you that I think that first question, and I don't know if we can put it back up, but I think is probably the seminal one that we should deal with. I think there are issues that are entwined in this that are probably takeaways that we can't deal with tonight. But does council want to have a policy-driven grant process, or would it prefer appeals for annual funding for cultural organizations? And it strikes me that we've had a lot of groups either delegate to ask for funding or express concern to me as chair that they thought they'd missed their opportunity to delegate, and that was the new normal. So I think that this is a discussion that we really need to have, and there were two motions that were deferred to tonight because there are bigger issues. So I will, I have a list of speakers. Councillor Bravanovich, you're first.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Regier, for your presentation. I guess just to clarify a couple questions, and then I guess to respond to your question. In terms of the funding, in terms of the list of potential organizations to be funded in the future, that was on that one slide. Mm-hmm. The only organization that is currently being funded and has been for many years through different mechanisms is the Grand Philharmonic Choir, correct?
That's correct. From the region of Waterloo.
Yeah, from the regional perspective, absolutely. And so I do think that Councillor Deutschman's motion tonight in that regards is an important one to consider, because this is an organization that, quite frankly, is in its 100th year and should be considered. Well, I'll save the debate for that for later. On the issue of Council's desire to fund new organizations that have not been funded before, and I don't know if this is a question for you or Mr. Dyer, but there's the arts money that we have funded before, and then there's two other new streams that I think we've put in a lot more money, like more than it was in that arts funding budget, that many community groups, including equity-seeking groups, are eligible for, and that was why those funds were created. And so maybe it is a question for Mr. Dyer. Can you provide some clarity for council on that? Because I think it's important so that it's not an either or. Like we are actually funding and have provided mechanisms to fund those groups. So Mr. Dyer, can you help provide some clarity on that, please?
Through the chair, perhaps my colleague Connie McDonald would be in a better position to answer that question.
Sure. Thanks, through the chair. I believe you're referring to some of the new grant streams that were put in place, including the Upstream Fund and the Community Capacity Building Fund. And the Upstream Fund is really focused on implementation of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan and supporting grassroots organizations in the community to improve, health, safety, and well-being of residents. I couldn't speak to whether or not arts and culture organizations have applied or would be appropriate for the use of this fund. I think it's determined by the community, but it certainly has a different focus than the key cultural institutions grant stream under discussion this evening.
But again, Mr. Dyer, I guess my question to you is, what was the envelope of funding for arts groups, and how much have we added in those other two funds on an annual basis now?
So through the chair, if I'm understanding the question, through the key cultural institutions, the budget in 2023 is $771,450. And in terms of the community capacity building and upstream grants, the first was for $2 million. The upstream is $2.1 million.
Okay, so that's the point that I'm trying to...
Councillor Verbanovich, are you really asking about the Waterloo Regional Arts Fund and other pots of money that are flowing? Okay.
No, I realize that those are even other pots that are there over and above. What I'm trying to get at is that we have added significant dollars into the overall granting pots. Yes, there are some nuances in terms of what is potentially eligible in each of these, but to suggest that if we're adding the Philharmonic Choir, that potentially we're not meeting our objective of reflecting some of the equity-seeking contributions that we're looking to make. I don't know that that's necessarily an accurate reflection of where we're going.
Councillor Verbanovich, I'm just going to cut you off because you are comparing something that the equity-seeking groups have never had access to. Never.
Madam Chair, is there...
No, no, because I know where you're going with this, and I'm going to say something because it's not right.
Okay, I'm just going to intervene, and I'm going to say, Councillor Verbanovich, you have 20 seconds left if you want to finish your comment.
I will cue back in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor James, I do have you on the list. Councillor Liggett, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to confirm something. So this is supposed to reflect the whole region, these funds. When I look at the Fashion History Museum, which I brought up that same night when the attention was brought to this, who desperately need money currently, but yet they didn't fit the criteria. So we were looking at new criteria to be able to fit those types of groups in. they do fit one of those criteria. They don't hit the million, but they are in a publicly funded building, so they do fit half that criteria. So are you saying that next month they could apply for money in a pot that doesn't exist right now?
Yes, so our point is that if you broaden the criteria to include the Grand Philharmonic, the criteria that will be modified would be that the budget limitations would be reduced to a level that the Philharmonic Choir would fit into, and that would immediately make a whole bunch of other organizations eligible for the same funding program.
For this year?
That's right, including the Fashion History Museum.
So if I vote to support this, Fashion History Museum can apply for funds for this year?
If council allocates additional funding.
Okay, got it. I support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Liggett. Councillor Erb.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question to Mr. Begier. My understanding is that the Grand Philharmonic has been told early on in the process that the category that they should be applying to is the cultural events and festivals. And it was very clear from the beginning that that's where they should be applying. And for some reason, we've got it sidetracked into these key cultural institutions where they've never been part of. So my question is, the intent would be that we would receive an application from the Grand Philharmonic Choir that could apply under the cultural events and festivals and be vetted with other organizations in the community that would apply.
Yeah, through you, Chair Redmond. That's correct. The Grand Philharmonic Choir, as the other cultural institutions of the region would be as well, able to apply for the new, I can't recall what Helen was calling it, the Cultural Drivers of Tourism program, which is funded through the municipal accommodations tax. Now, the purpose of that tax the purpose of the tax and the purpose of the funding is to support drivers of tourism, which would be people that are outside of the region of Waterloo, increasing hotel stays and meal purchases and that sort of thing. And the Philharmonic Choir was here 2 weeks ago and indicated that they're by and large a local audience cultural institution, and so this is a difficult program this would be potentially a difficult program for them to meet their the criteria out of. And we've been having a lot of discussion about what those criteria would be, but what I think what we've heard is that tourism is not a primary focus for the Philharmonic Choir, and so it is a bit of a stretch, frankly. They're eligible to apply, and if they build a tourism-oriented program to build their audience, then they would be eligible to use those types of funds to do that, as would other organizations as well.
Okay, I assume this is still for questions, and you're going to deal with comments later on.
If you'd like to make a comment, you should feel free.
The notice of motion is not on the floor yet.
No. Okay.
And I was going to speak against that. So.
All right. Thank you very much. Next speaker is Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Rod, you did a very good presentation. But I have concerns, as I think several other councillors do, in that the granting doesn't seem to be diversified. And I think that council as a whole needs to have a discussion on how we want to see granting actually happen. The museum, as Councillor Liggett said, Councillor James noticing glaringly that there's a lot of startups that are happening and things that we should be looking at and supporting, but they're so small right now because they are startups. I'm sure the Philharmonic Orchestra did not start up as a major or choir or anything. And so I think we have to look at what we really want to achieve by the granting program. If we want to achieve those that are over $1 million and have a building, that's a pretty big organization. Or are we concerned also about bringing up the grassroots? I don't want to take too much time. I just want to say, Rod, it was a good, thorough presentation. And I think council needs a lot more time to talk about this stuff.
So Rod, I'm wondering if either you or Helen Shamiri Russell can just speak to the fact that there are several pots of money that are funded by the region, and I'm thinking specifically of the Waterloo Region Arts Fund and other ways that startups and emerging artists and groups are funded.
Yeah, certainly. Certainly, the Waterloo Region Arts Fund, which council had delegated to the Arts Foundation years ago, I think probably a decade ago, has got a budget of almost $400,000. I suspect, I don't know this, I don't know the funding history very well, but I suspect that it's mostly going to individual artists and small organizations. Is that fair? Yeah, please. Considering I don't know what I'm talking about.
So through the chair, yes, you're absolutely right, Chair Redmond, that there are multiple ways that organizations and individual artists can access funding in the region. One of them is the Waterloo Region Arts Fund. That is a project grant funding stream that's adjudicated by an arm's length board. And it is anything from both the museum and the symphony, who are currently funded through the key cultural institutions, as well as the Grand Philharmonic Choir, access funding from that pot, as well as small emerging arts organizations, individual artists, emerging artists, a whole kit and caboodle. But it sounds like a lot of money, $392,000, but it goes very, very quickly to a lot of really great organizations. So we also have the Key Cultural Institutions Grant Program, and that sits on its own. It was specially created for large arts organizations to be able to do the work that they need to do, which is big and expensive. And unfortunately, that's kind of all we've got at the moment as far as big buckets that people can access funding in. Back in 2012, there was an open call to organizations called something along the lines of community and voluntary organizations and cultural something. But that was discontinued back in 2012, and no one's been able to actually apply to for operating grant funding through the region since that was discontinued back in 2012. So many organizations within our community have grown and developed and matured, but haven't had access to any operating funding because that was discontinued back in over a decade ago.
Thank you.
Thank you for that additional information. I didn't mean to insert myself, but I think it does sort of help either clarify or muddy the waters depending on your perspective. Councillor Salonen, you're next.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much for the presentation, Mr. Regier. I have heard grants come up many times around this horseshoe, and I'm getting very frustrated, to be honest, that it's clear council, it hasn't been clearly described to council, and that makes me really concerned that organizations don't fully understand the granting process and whether they have to come delegate and request to be included in groups that they currently, like pots of money that currently they don't qualify for, and trying to self-advocate, and then we're seeing other groups not realizing that that's an opportunity. I'm finding it very frustrating that we keep on going in circles and hearing very similar arguments around this horseshoe and not really getting anywhere. So what I would love to see, and where I really think this conversation should go, including the questions that you had as a prompt at the end of your presentation, is I really think that should go into our strategic planning that we're going through, because we as a group of 16, I think, need to better understand what everybody's goals are and how we feel we should be directing the taxpayers' money based off of the taxpayers, I'd certainly hope. But that's a discussion that we need to have, and I think the strategic planning process is a really great opportunity to have that beyond just bickering back and forth. Throughout different meetings when it gets brought up in some capacity. I definitely think that these groups tonight that are up for further discussion, I recognize that they are expecting money. They have budgeted that way.
I do think we need to come up with a comprehensive review and decision as to how we want to move forward as a group. And like I said, I really think the strat plan is going to be that, and that be a guiding principle and document that we reflect on going forward. So thanks for letting me comment.
Thank you very much. Councillor James.
Thank you, Mr. Vergeer and Helen, for your work on this. You know, as Councillor Sullivan said, the grant process is quite challenging, and I think we need to ensure those organizations who are up for this recommendation get this money today, or it gets approved. I do believe that we need to have a deeper conversation about the key cultural institutions and that process. I went back and looked into 2015 and looked at some of the documentation and the recommendations that came when there was the study done both with the City of Kitchener and the City of Waterloo about key cultural institutions and what qualified and parameters around that. So I think there's some tweaking that absolutely needs to be done. As I said before, I think, we need to look at building, the longer tables instead of exclusion, and potentially with that option 2 that you had, recognizing that potentially there may be 2 streams within this key cultural institutions that would provide more avenues for organizations across the region and broaden that, and you've outlined a number of organizations. So it's something for us to consider. I want to again come back to my comments earlier regarding, this whole process and organizations who have for 50 years been able to just come and ask for money when there have been organizations, equity-seeking organizations that have historically come to the region and received nothing or very small increments of in-kind donations. I've been with organizations that have done that, and to even question or contemplate adding money to organizations who historically have not received any is a disgrace. Our region is so diverse. We keep hearing about this. There are organizations who've been asking for money and not receiving any, and then we have one that has been here for 100 years, receiving money over and over again, and we are having such a debate over that. And imagine how that looks on the community when you've had community organizations receive nothing. So I am passionate about this. We shouldn't even be hearing about questioning our upstream funding that organizations have lobbied for and asked for that have received nothing historically, or very minimal anyways, compared to what's been given out over and over and again. So I will stop there. Look forward to the discussion when we talk about these key cultural institutions later on.
Thank you. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. I guess what I was going to say is sort of gone by the wayside with some of the other discussion, but appreciate Councillor James' comments and the frustration from some members, very important members of our community over the years that have not been funded. I don't think that takes away from the work that the Grand Philharmonic has done, and that the people that have benefited from their musical leadership in the region. My comment was going to be regarding using the cultural drivers of tourism stream, I guess, for the Grand Phil, and that's sort of been spoken to as well, that's probably not a good fit. I guess I also agree that we need to do a lot more discussion around this and how we're going to fund our cultural organizations equitably going in the future. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Shantz. Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Madam Chair. It's been a very interesting conversation so far. First of all, I would like to say that I totally support funding the museum, the symphony, and the Philharmonic Orchestra. Obviously, all valuable organizations that provide great entertainment for a region. My problem is the fact that this is a region, And I'm looking on the charts, and I don't see a single Cambridge arts organization. I hear about the key cultural institutions, which was planned by the city of Kitchener and Waterloo, not the three cities, or townships for that matter. If I look at all those different pots of money, will I find any going to Cambridge? I'm not sure. And I think that when we're looking at changing criteria and looking at organizations, I think we need to reach out to all areas of the region and support arts throughout the region. And again, as I say, I do support funding the ones that we've said. I don't believe in throwing out the baby with the bathwater when we're trying to reach new organizations. And I do think that often you could say, oh, well, no one applied from Cambridge, whatever. And I think it's just like when we're looking at public engagement, sometimes we need to make sure that we reach out, make a bigger effort to reach out to all areas of the region so that we really are representing the entire region and not just concentrating on the center of the region. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Rod, did you want to add something?
Well, certainly. I think, we are certainly in contact, and organizations like, for example, the Fashion History Museum have asked for funding, in the past. And so, we're very well aware of that. The key issue is that the program that we have right now does not allow them to apply. They're not eligible. They're similar in many ways to the Grand Philharmonic. And the point that we're making here is that if you broaden the criteria to include the Grand Philharmonic, those criteria will naturally include a good number of those organizations that are on that list, including, for example, the Fashion History Museum, which is in Cambridge, or Neruda Arts, which would be in St. Jacobs. I think St. Jacobs? Yeah. So I think that's a more diverse list, and with broader criteria, you would include smaller organizations that are growing and working hard, are attempting to put their footprint into the region of Waterloo's cultural life, working hard at that, building, obviously, like Pat the Dog, for example, a nationally recognized theater development program located right here in downtown Kitchener. So those smaller organizations would be eligible if you broaden the criteria to include the Philharmonic Choir.
Thank you. Councillor Deutschmann.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I feel exhausted. It seems
we're not even done yet.
I know. It seems I have this knack of bringing forward motions that bring on long staff reports and discussions prior to getting to the actual motion itself. That being said, I appreciate the work. There's a lot of talk about Grand Philharmonic, and my motion is coming up later, but I'm seeing that there's a lot of discussion on the motion without the motion being on the floor. But at the time that the motion was put forward, former Chair Sealing was here, was discussing the matter. We've discussed it during budget. It seems to be a little bit of a frustration to try to get something happening while we're in search of the perfect system. And while we're in search of the perfect granting system, we don't always do everything we need to do. I appreciate 100% the comments from Councillor James, and she knows that I do, and she knows I'm very supportive of, and she's educated me a lot on issues of equity and diversity in our discussions, and I appreciate her for that because, I need to learn a lot about that. But, with respect to the arts here, we've got an important cultural institution. It's been around 100 years. It's their 100th year. The amount of money was so small, $32,000. It's like insignificant. We just recently approved some money for Leadership Waterloo and another group, and we didn't even direct that it comes from a particular reserve. I mean, my impression was through Mr. Dyer that it's just like we'll deal with it at the end of the year and see how the books balance with respect to the extra funding we were providing to those two organizations, and that's fine. I can understand that when we're dealing with an organization as large as ours and the funding that we have. So I brought the motion forward, and I appreciate that it's spurred this discussion to have a look at our policies and procedures. I think what's been outlined is good. I'm a little disappointed that it's going to push this the can down the road further, but it's possible that we'll have this resolved by June and add more of these groups. And I saw empty space in there. I'm a huge supporter of empty space. I was a big fan of Majdi. At one time, we were trying to establish a theater at my office. And, whichever way this flows, I will just keep doing what I do personally, which is continue with my mural program that supports local artists, continue with my Artist in Residence program that'll be starting June 1st, bringing on local and rising artists. And I'll just keep doing that, and I'll get satisfaction personally from having contributed that way. I'm doing my best to try to contribute here as a group, but it gets difficult. This granting process is grinding. It's grinding me down. It's grinding others down that we don't have a system in place. And it's like we're making the sausage on the council table here, and it's so hard. So anyway, I just want to thank you, Rod, for putting together that material. I just feel that, it's directed a lot at the motion that I brought forward. I don't have an opportunity to speak as long as others do on these sorts of issues, limited to 5 minutes. And that's fine. Those are the rules. And we'll just move forward. And whichever way that goes, if we don't fund the Grand Philharmonic, I'll be personally disappointed because of the amount being so small and the group being so active. And, I'll be front and center to do more for others, as we tried to do in the last budget. I was there to try to move more money to upstream services to deal with these other issues and support other groups that are working on issues of racism, food security, rent security, home security, all those sorts of things. And, we'll just keep pushing along, and we'll keep doing what we can do. And hopefully, as a group, we'll find a granting policy that we're all happy with and can move forward and give better guidance to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Deutschman. Before I recognize other speakers, I do want to point out to Council that there is a motion before us, but in addition to the motion that Councillor Deutschman's referring to that he wanted to bring forward, there also was a deferred motion that was moved by Councillor Craig and Verbanovich last meeting, deferred from April 4th, that the Regional Municipality of Waterloo directs staff to review the eligibility criteria for funding key cultural institution grants program to be more inclusive and equitable of organizations across area municipalities. So staff did not pull this out of the air. This was something that council directed come back to this meeting. And I think it is something we are all seized with, and it is before us because there were two deferred motions from an earlier meeting, and I think we are all looking for clarity. Having said that, Councillor Liggett, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to say exactly what you just said. I thought that's what we were doing here. Because of that, we had raised the concern around this table. But I just want to say that while I respect what Councillor Deutschman just said, that's apples and oranges. Upstream funding isn't arts and culture grants. So let's be clear about those. Both are necessary, but we don't want to confuse those two things. And I just I want to just be I just want to clarify. So the motion is just a notice of motion to do with the Philharmonic, correct? It's not something we're voting on tonight.
It is a notice of motion about the Philharmonic Choir. We do have a motion before us that was deferred to this meeting, and that's the one that says the Regional Municipality of Waterloo approved the 2023 funding allocations of $385,725 to the Kitchener-Waterloo Symphony in that would be enough, $385,725 to the museum under Key Cultural Institutions Grant Program is outlined in a report dated April 4th, 2023.
Thank you. you for that clarification, because the heated discussion around the table is the confusion of what we're doing here. So I certainly appreciate this, and I would go with the item number 1 that you had talked about, where we create policies instead of people coming up to the mic. Then there's no confusion. Everybody knows what the policy is. All of the people applying for grants, they know what the rules are, and we won't be sitting having all of these conversations year after year. Thank you.
Through you, Chair, that would be option number 2.
That, option 2?
Yeah.
Can we put option 2 up, please?
Madam Chair, just a point of clarification, the motion on the Philharmonic is a motion, not a notice of motion.
Thank you for that clarification. So option 2, Councillor Liggett, broaden the KCI criteria so Grand Philharmonic Choir is eligible for the 2023 funding. Change the current KCI criteria that make the Grand Philharmonic ineligible. Reduce operating expenditures requirements from $1 million to under $250,000. Change the requirements to hold joint responsibility for public buildings to read, have programming intrinsically linked to public facility. And the implications are changing the criteria will mean more organizations will also become eligible, and spontaneously changing the guidelines erodes the shared municipal funding process for cultural organizations. Councillor Liggett?
Thank you. That's not what I meant by 1. When it wasn't options that I was speaking to. It was about when you were talking about broadening it all out and what council wanted to see going forward. I just want to make sure that when staff takes that away, they look at a direct policy where everybody knows where everybody stands and no people are coming up to the mic last minute.
Thank you for that. Councillor Ravanovich.
Thank you very much, Chair Redmond, and thank you to all of our colleagues for the robust conversation that's happening this evening, because I think if we actually hear each other, we're actually all looking for and striving for, I think, something very, very similar. And I want to be clear, if there was any degree of confusion with my colleague, Councillor James, I am in no way suggesting or advocating that we shouldn't be funding and we shouldn't be prioritizing funding for groups that historically have not been funded. In fact, if you look at my track record around this horseshoe, I have either moved, seconded, strongly advocated for those programs and that funding each and every time that those debates have happened around this horseshoe, and I will continue to do so. My point several times has been, particularly as it relates to the Grand Philharmonic Choir, was that in introducing these new streams of funding and new opportunities, we should not be excluding ones that have had a historical importance and continue to have in our community. And so I will be supporting Councillor Deutschmann's motion in that regard. In fact, I indicated I would be prepared to second it when he spoke to me about it. And I also support this notion that we should be going back based on the deferral and based on Mr. Regeer's report this evening, to go back and look at the criteria and bring something back to this council rather, so that we can ultimately approve a policy that we can all live with and be proud of going forward, and that'll provide community groups the kind of opportunities we want when we speak about valuing arts and culture and the importance of creating a world-class community. All of that is an important part of it, and I'm hopeful that at the end, and admittedly, and I know each of our cities and townships have their own funding mechanisms, we went through a number of permutations at the city as well, and eventually came to a point now where we have Tier 1 and Tier 2. Tier 1, once you get into Tier 1, you actually only have to apply once every 5 years, so it provides some funding stability for groups. They're not wasting time filling out applications each and every year. And secondly, we don't have an appeal mechanism to council anymore, which ideally, I think, once the new process has proven itself and trust has been established, that's actually the way, in my view, it should be. And so that's, from a policy point of view, where ultimately I hope we get on this issue. Thank you.
So, colleagues, I'm going to suggest we have two deferred motions before us. The first one is the motion that is listed, that is the regional municipality do the allocations, which I've already referenced, to the KW Symphony and the museum as cultural key grant institutions. I'm going to suggest if we have a mover and a seconder, we can deal with that motion. Is that moved by Councillor Erb, seconded by Councillor Vrvanovich? Please use your e-scribe. Do you have a question, Councillor Deutschmann?
It was a question I was going to ask when Mr. Marskell was up, and it just reminded me, and you properly pointed out I should bring it up now. And it's just the question about, if this is approved, asking Mr. Dyer, for example, how soon could the funding be provided? Because Mr. Marskell talked about the concern about interest costs that they're incurring while they're waiting for funding.
So I don't know, is that Mr. Dyer or is that Mr. Regier?
Whoever.
Do you want to answer it, Craig?
I'm happy to take it. Yeah, I think there's, on the assumption that the motion is passed tonight, I think we can certainly get the funding out to the organizations within a week.
So I would ask you to use your e-scribe buttons and vote on this motion. That is carried, colleagues. The other deferred motion, if we can have that posted, please, that was deferred from April 4th, is that the Regional Municipality of Waterloo directs staff to review the eligible criteria for funding for key cultural institutions grant program and to be more inclusive and equitable of organizations across area municipalities. And colleagues, I would suggest that there are nuggets within the report that Rod has presented. How does council want to handle this? Do we want to be a little bit more prescriptive in a timeline and a process? Councillor Vrvanovich.
Yeah, I have to say I kind of like what Councillor Salonen referenced earlier this evening. I think the broad strokes are here in the report that came from Mr. Regier, but I think it does require maybe some further thinking by staff based on the discussion that's happened around the horseshoe this evening, and then some discussion from a strategic point of view, because I think if we can get to a point where we're all aligned, it's going to make the process when it comes back to the horseshoe much less frustrating for everyone, because I think we all probably feel what Councillor Deutschmann articulated earlier. We're all a little bit tired with this grant issue, and so I would suggest that we refer it for further work with staff and to the strategic planning process for these other groups, and to bring it back at the appropriate time.
So Rod, do you want to comment on that? The motion is to review the eligibility criteria for key cultural organizations.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair Redmond. Yeah, we would certainly bring it back through both through the strategic plan. I totally agree that the strategic planning process does set the foundation for the way that we tackle projects and programs like this. And Helen and I are certainly willing and ready and willing to do some more work on criteria, refining this a bit further. And I do think we've got the nuts in, as Don Cherry might say, this is not rocket surgery. I think this is actually, pretty straightforward when you set your mind to it. But I think we can certainly participate and lead a conversation about how the region approaches this in the next year.
So colleagues, I'm wondering if we amend the deferred motion to say, are we referring this? That we are directing this to be part of the strategic plan? I'm seeing heads nod.
No, just a question.
Okay, Councillor McCabe.
I can't, something's happening, I can't log on. I'm just curious, like so the strategic planning process, I totally get. I mean, I've advocated for a number of other things to go there. I'm just worried about the timeline that will take in terms of coming back with this criteria to review it, because as we know, the strategic plan process will probably take 6 months to a year, will it not? And I think this needs to be done prior to that.
So Rod,
Well, certainly, we would desperately like to have this all sorted out by the next fiscal year. Like, I think for the 2024 budget, this needs to be figured out. So I don't think this will take, I don't think this is not going to take a year.
This might not take a year, but the strategic
I see what you
plan
mean.
is going to take that length of time. So if we tie the two together, will that not, I don't want to delay
Right.
the reviewing and approving the cultural grant criteria.
Well, I'll consult with Connie about, Ms. McDonald, about the timing on the strategic plan, but certainly I think we can have an internal conversation about bringing a report back that would scope this out in a little bit more detail for council, and that could be done, I think, by June for sure.
I've got Councillor Liggett. I see hands coming up. I'm going to suggest that we could pass this motion as it's stated, with the understanding that this definitely is a strategic discussion that needs to happen. But I would have to say personally, I share Councillor McCabe's concern about stretching this out, because we've seen this movie 3 times. And we keep ending up skidding into it during the budget process. And we absolutely do not want to do that for the next budget. So I would suggest that we pass the motion as stated, and certainly looking for other interventions, and then we would come back in a timely manner. Councillor Leggett, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Like I said earlier, I just want to make sure that the others that would be eligible if we change this and the Philharmonic gets funding here tonight in that next motion, that there are others that would qualify under those same qualifications will be able to get funding this year. You had said that they would be. If we pass this, that's what I just want to make sure.
Through you, Chair Redmond, the other organizations will not be eligible unless council changes the criteria for the Key Cultural Institutions program. So I think if I understand correctly, that the motion is to deal with the Grand Philharmonic as a single add-on to the budget, and the other motion is to have us evaluate options for making a broader criteria and bring them back to council for a formal decision. So that would mean that, after tonight, we would still need to do some work and come back to council for further direction.
Okay, clarification here. I just want to make sure that one entity is not being singled out for money that others would be eligible for. So if we're giving the Philharmonic money tonight, I want to make sure that the Fashion History Museum has that same opportunity to come forward this year for the budget. Otherwise, I will not support one organization being changed to allow for outside of the criteria.
Okay, I'm just going to, Mr. Lochner wants to jump in, and I do have a list, and I apologize for those of you whose buttons aren't working, but you are on my list. Bruce?
So thank you. The strategic planning process will talk at a high level about what we want to do. It's not going to land on criteria for any granting process. So that would be deferred or driven out of the strategic planning process. I would suggest that tonight, as we've tried to lay out, that we do have two options, and I'll try to drop some of the words. Option one is we've approved the museum and symphony funding. Council could put forward a motion. We have a motion coming later from Councillor Deutschmann, which is to fund one organization. There could be, that motion passed, it could be an amendment to that motion to add others, and that would be one approach. The second approach, if we can flip 2 more slides, would be, go back, to change the criteria to this, which would then allow the organization, go to the next slide, the organizations that, by definition, I just want to check in with Helen on that, the Grand Phil would be automatically qualifying or eligible for this program. The issue that Councillor Leggett, thank you, I was going to say Mayor Leggett, Councillor Leggett has spoken to, could be achieved where the other organizations on this list could be eligible, but only if we've estimated $340,000. So if council's intent were to fund the museum, fund the symphony, and open up the opportunity to fund these organizations on this list, my understanding is that would require a motion to change the criteria and add $340,000 to our budget.
So Councillor Leggett, you still have the floor.
Then I put forward that motion, and I'm looking for a seconder.
Okay, we have like 5 people. I think that's been like second, third, fourth, and fifth. We will get the motion up. So it's...
Does that mean Councillor Deutschmann would withdraw his motion?
I would say his motion is then moot.
It would be in the sense that it's it would be in the sense that if we move this motion, just for clarity, are all these organizations going to get funding then?
Well, what we would do is we would put together an application process, and we would bring the outcome of that application process back to council for a final decision. So,
is there a possibility that the Philharmonic would get less than $32,000 under the process you just discussed?
as part of this motion, you could also make a decision to fund the Philharmonic Choir because it clearly would qualify for the program.
So I would say, Councillor Deutschmann, if that could be an amendment, if that's a concern.
So what would you suggest? I'm open.
That you put in the $32,000 funding for the Grand Philharmonic.
In this motion?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll also move. It's not friendly.
It's not friendly? Okay.
No.
Sure.
Sure. So, but Madam Chair, I think there's 2 issues we're trying to deal with. One is Councillor Deutschmann's motion around the Grand Phil. The other one is the one that we've deferred from the other day. I think we have, what we're hearing from Councillor Liggett, and I think others feel the same way, is we want to essentially approve that the notion of the creation of space for these other ones, but there's some policy work, some detail that needs to be worked out. So can we approve option 2 in principle with final process recommendations, whatever we think that wording should be, to come to us, trying to respect what you and Councillor McCabe said, perhaps by the June or at the latest the August meeting? Is that kind of summarizing what we're hearing?
So I would suggest, Councillor Rabanovich, that is somewhat helpful. I would tell you that we're going to have this conversation in this circular conversation, which we have all had many, many times. So I think that Councillor Leggett putting the motion forward, and we'll get it up in a minute. We're going to take a 5-minute recess. Don't go away. And I do have the speakers list. We'll be back. Colleagues, thank you all for taking your seats. And we're going to continue on. I do have a list of speakers, and staff have worked on a motion. Obviously, this is to see if this reflects some of the conversation. We had a motion, basically, I think it was option 2, moved by Councillor Leggett, and I think seconded by Councillor Bravanovich. This does not exactly reflect that, so we'll put it on the floor for conversation. I won't hold you both to being the mover and the seconder. So what this motion says is that the Regional Municipality of Waterloo approve amending the criteria for eligibility for a key cultural institutions grant to reduce the operating expenditures requirement to be greater than $250,000 and to change the requirement to hold joint responsibility for public buildings to have programming intrinsically linked to a public facility. And that $340,000 be added to the 2023 Key Cultural Institutions funding envelope funded from the Tax Stabilization Reserve, and that a call for applications for newly eligible organizations be due on May 5th, 2023, and that the staff be directed to present the funding recommendations related to the newly eligible organizations back to the Community and Health Services Committee on June 6, 2023 for approval. And further, that the Regional Municipality of Waterloo approve the 2023 funding allocation of $32,130 to the Grand Philharmonic Choir. So I'm going to go back to my speakers list, and we'll discuss this. So next up, I have Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's a few things. So one is strategic plans never take a year. We usually take about 3-4 months. We usually have a few now and through the fall, and it's always done way before budget. I kind of like that we leave it to the strategic plan, and this just seems so knee-jerking. I'm okay with the Philharmonic, but I think we need to really put a process in. So this is reopening the budget, and I have concerns about this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, I have Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. It's been an interesting evening. I think at this point I would say I support the motion, and I like the dates in it. I don't want to go back to part of the strategic plan. I think we need to deal with this before budget.
Would you be prepared to move it, Councillor Shantz?
I would.
Is there and seconded by Councillor Deutschmann, who happens to be the next speaker, Councillor Deutschmann.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say that I appreciate the motion, the intent of the motion. I believe that those institutions, including the Fashion Museum, are going to be covered by this now moving forward. I think this is a good compromise, and I support this motion in its entirety. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor James.
Yes, thank you through you, Chair Redmond. One of the things I just want to have clarification on, so if we're adding $340,000 from the Tax Stabilization Reserve Fund, would this now be that one-time funding, but now going forward, would this amount be added to the additional be added to the operating base budget? Just want some clarification with what this would look like next.
Thank you. So the question is, this is one-time funding, or is this now baked into the base? Mr. Dyer.
Certainly we would take instructions from council. I think the staff assumption is that this is ongoing funding, and for the 2024 budget, it would be funded from the 2024 levy. So the use of the tax stabilization reserve would be one time. The grant itself would be ongoing and funded from the levy in the future. If that's not what council had in mind, it would be good for us to know that.
Thank you, Councillor James.
And just to follow up with 32,130 for the Grand Philharmonic, that would be just one time again. Then after that, the assumption is that they would fall under the umbrella with the key cultural institutions.
Yes, from a staff perspective, we would agree with that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. That's great clarification. Really appreciate it. Councillor Bravanovich.
I'm happy to support this. I do understand that, I think, quite frankly, it would have been ideal if we dealt with this on budget day, and obviously it's just taken a little work for us to get to this point. I think the other piece that we need to recognize is that in that first paragraph, when that report comes back in June, there may need to be a little bit of tweaking, because I'm not sure how much staff have actually really dug into these organizations. And so, maybe they'll find that it is 250 is the right number. Maybe it's 225. I don't know. And I think we just need to be prepared for that tweaking. But I'm happy to still second this.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded already, but you can third it. How's that? Councillor Salonen.
Thank you. I also, like Councillor Foxton, have some concerns, and I'm starting to wonder, why do we do a budget if we start pulling things out of reserves that I don't necessarily think that's what that reserve is meant for? I am also starting to wonder if I'm stuck in purgatory, but that's a philosophical question. But the reason why I said the strat plan, and I recognize the time constraints, and I appreciate that. So it doesn't necessarily need to be the strat plan, but I do genuinely think strategically we need to discuss how we fund organizations, why we fund organizations, and what is our goal of funding. And I don't think that that's encapsulated simply in the key cultural institutions. I think we should be looking at how do we fund from grassroots all the way through to our established arts and culture organizations. And I am specifically referring to arts and culture organizations here, just to clarify. And how do we fund them throughout? I think making changes right now quite hastily at 9:30 in the evening is when I find our decision-making power around the horseshoe tends to decline after very long meetings and lengthy discussion, and perhaps don't actually result in the best outcomes in our policy making. And again, I can't support this because I really think we need to talk and come to an understanding on strategically how do we want to be funding organizations going forward. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Councillor Erb.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can support the motion. I'm still concerned, though, that we're treating the Grand Philharmonic separately. I think the whole idea of this new granting process was to create some equity that other organizations in the community could apply, and it would be an equal footing. And to me, if they would have been recommended for funding under the cultural events festivals that was supposed to come before us in May, I would have wholeheartedly supported them for their funding, and maybe even given them more, because they've been getting the same amount for many, many years as has the Symphony and Museum, and maybe it's time we up the amount of money that some of these cultural organizations are getting. But to treat them separately, it just doesn't feel like we're being fair to the other organizations and letting one organization jump the queue without the proper vetting. So I'll decide if I'm going to support it or not in the next couple of minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Erb. Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair. If we approve the motion that's on the floor right now, does this take the grant funding and the new criteria for that outside of the strategic plan, because we're essentially making new criteria on the fly? My question was...
Could you just ask it one more time? Sorry.
Yeah, so if we approve the motion that's on the table right now, or the floor, whichever way, do we, are we foregoing the right to go through this in the strategic plan process?
So subject to, I don't know, staff correcting me, I would say that, Councillor Hunick, anything that happens at council is done by a majority of council members. So as we go through the strategic plan, we to decide that we wanted to change our streams of funding, our criteria for funding at a later date. And to speak to Councillor Erb's concerns about sort of putting the Grand Philharmonic Choir in a special zone, I would say I take comfort that it's the 2023 allocation only. And I would not expect to see them in perpetuity always be hollowed or sort of separated out with a separate pot under this funding. I would see this funding going forward. And I would agree with Councillor Vrbanovich that the criteria at the very beginning may, over time, staff might recommend that we look at different thresholds of funding and maybe even a different descriptor. But it is always up to council at a future date to have a discussion and decide on a different approach to funding. Mr. Lochner wants to jump in.
Thank you. I think perhaps the other part of your question is if through the strategic process we decide to fund these organizations using perhaps different criteria, it leads to that, then just be aware that we're changing criteria tonight and then perhaps changing it again. So that's why we gave you two options back to option one, which is just pass a motion for one or more organizations and deal with this later on through some other process, or option two, which looks like this and does make a change tonight.
Do you have any further comments or questions?
No, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So I have no other speakers, so it has been moved and seconded. Oh, Councillor Harris.
I thought I pushed the button, but I must not have. So just briefly, Councillor Sullivan, I really appreciate your comments. On this one, it was literally less than 2 months ago we passed a regional budget here. It took a fairly lengthy period of time to do so, and yet now we're basically, not erasing, but changing or adding $340,000 to this, in less than 60 days that we've passed the budget. So, I too believe we should be looking at, this more. I guess option one would be where I would lean to in terms of, setting the policy down clearly for groups to be able to submit to. So we're not, making decisions here on a fly, which we're doing. So I won't be supporting this for that reason. These groups are all fantastic in our community and do valuable work and contribute to, our arts and culture. But the simple fact that we passed a budget less than 60 days ago, and we're now adding $340K from the tax stabilization reserve, which technically and shouldn't really be used for things like this, I just won't be able to support it.
So colleagues, I'm going to, we've got two more speakers and then we're going to call a question because we still have some parts of our agenda to go. So Councillor Craig, you've not spoken on it.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm going to support the motion. I have no problem with taking $340,000 out of the rate stabilization fund because I think there's too much money in there to begin with. And I've been alluding to that for quite a while. I even asked Mr. Dyer if we exhausted that fund, how much jeopardy would this municipality be in? He said, no, we got other options we could do. So you can take even another $1 million out of it if you want. Who set the criteria? We didn't set the criteria. It was set some time ago by staff, and I'm not making disparaging comments about staff, but certainly this is no problem. And $340,000 to go to this, I fully support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Craig. Councillor James, we will give you the last word, and then I'm calling the question.
I don't need to speak. It's good. I'm good. Thank
Are you sure? Okay.
Yeah, I'm good.
So it's been moved and seconded. I have read it. I don't think I will read it again. I think we've had a recorded vote requested, so I will turn the floor over to the clerk.
Chair Redmond.
In support.
Councillor Craig.
In favor.
Councillor Deutschmann.
In support.
Councillor Erb.
Opposed.
Councillor Foxton.
Opposed.
Councillor Harris.
Opposed.
Councillor Huning.
Opposed.
Councillor James.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor McCabe.
In favor.
Councillor Nowak. Councillor Salonen.
Opposed.
Councillor Shantz.
In favor.
Councillor Vrbanovich.
In favor.
Councillor Williams,
In favor.
and Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Carried.
Carried, colleagues. Good conversation, and one that I'm sure that we will revisit. Thank you very much for your time and attention. At a future date with additional information. I see Councillor Deutschman's getting ready to go in fetal position under his desk. The next motion is Committee of the Whole to rise and Council to resume. If I could have a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor Hunick. Please use your e-scribe to vote, and we're not voting on that. We're voting on a Committee of the Whole to rise and report. One moment, colleagues. Colleagues, that is carried. Now, if we could have a motion to adopt the proceedings of the Committee of the Whole. Moved by Councillor Wolf, seconded by Councillor Nowak. Please use e-scribe to vote. That is carried, colleagues. Next, we have a notice of motion from Councillor Erb. Before he speaks to the motion, is there a seconder? And the motion, Councillor James is seconding it. And the motion is, whereas the Municipal Election Act requires all individuals wishing to be a candidate in a municipal or school board election to file nomination paper -Form 1 with the municipal clerk. And whereas the Municipal Elections Act requires all candidates who sought election to a municipal council school board to file the statement, it is basically asking that the resolution be that addresses of candidates and all donors over $100 be submitted to the municipal clerk on separate forms that are protected by the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act and will not be published. And that this resolution be forwarded to the area members of Provincial Parliament, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, the Association of Municipal Clerks and Treasurers of Ontario, the Ontario Public School Boards Association, the Ontario Catholic School Trustees Association, and all Ontario municipalities. Councillor Erb, would you like to speak to this motion?
Well, I would. A little bit reluctant, given the track record of notice of motions and what that might lead to, so with everybody's indulgence. When I was getting ready to submit my auditor's report in January, I checked with the clerk's department to see if there was a way I could avoid listing the home addresses of donors in my campaign over $100 and was told no, unfortunately. Was a requirement of the Municipal Elections Act. So the intent of this motion is to hopefully strengthen the participation in the election process here in the region and hopefully in other parts of the province, with potential donors knowing their home addresses will be publicly posted online may be deterred them in supporting a candidate or multiple candidates as they're allowed to do. And the last thing I think we want to do is discourage the public from participating in the democratic process by supporting candidates knowing that they're going to have their home addresses listed. And likewise, potential candidates, knowing they will need to list their home address, may present a concern for them or for family. And individuals involved in a variety of settings are open to public scrutiny, have drawn unnecessary attention over the years, and this request to the province is an attempt to create some boundaries whereby that scrutiny might be minimized. To ensure that the guidelines of the Municipal Election Act are adhered to, the intent of the motion is that the home address of the potential donor and the candidate would be part of a report that's submitted to the clerk's department, but it would, the address would not be given to the general public. Contributors to candidates in federal campaigns are required only to list the municipality and the postal code where they live, and that limit is $200. If you search the Ontario website for contributions, there's nothing other than a donor's name and what candidate they have been given to. However, the legislation does require that their address has to be listed in the form that is given to the clerk's department. And so I think the hope is that getting the support for the notice of this motion, it's to create a process for municipal elections that will provide a reporting that will not jeopardize potential donors or candidates by eliminating the need for their home address to be publicly displayed, and hopefully encourage a broader participation in the democratic process.
Thank you very much, Councillor Erb. Councillor Leggett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the surface, I support this motion. My concern is the transparency of where the money flows, like, for instance, who's Zooming who. And about 15 years ago, I remember the head of CSIS warning us back then that there was interference in municipal politics from outside influences. And then we see today what's happening in our country, and that includes municipal donations. And Councillor Erb had just mentioned about postal codes in cities, but yet this motion doesn't say that the municipality and the postal code would be included. It's actually stating to remove the requirement for their whole address to be listed. I could support this if we still have access to the cities and municipality postal codes, but leaving out the street addresses. But I think transparency of where the donations are coming from is extremely important to the public. So would you be willing to amend your motion to add the municipality and the postal code?
Councillor Erb.
Well, the second last paragraph would be that all of that information would be provided to the clerk's department.
But that's still covered they'd have to go through freedom of information. It needs to be transparent to the public immediately as to what cities the donors live in.
Yeah, okay.
We're seeking clarification from the clerk.
Okay.
Mr. Brubaker?
Thank you. As the legislation currently stands, Form 1, which is the nomination form, has to be made available publicly in the clerk's office. We don't post it on the website for privacy reasons, but anybody who comes into the clerk's office can get that form. Form 4, which is the one that has the donors listed on it and their home addresses, is required to be made available electronically on a website.
So for clarification, then Form 4, which is the substance of Councillor Erb's notice of motion, would be kept in the clerk's office and available if somebody wanted to come in and see it, but not posted online?
My understanding of Councillor Erb's motion would be that there is a separate form that is not available publicly, such that the clerk would see the addresses, but that it would not be available to the public. The names, I believe, would be of the donors, but not their personal address information. That's my understanding of the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Leggett. Councillor Erb, go ahead.
That was my intent.
Councillor Leggett?
Okay, so if this motion goes forward, though, and that's what we put forward to the Minister of Municipal Affairs, it still is hidden away what municipalities the donors live in. They'd have to go through freedom of information to get that, which can be costly.
So, I mean, ultimately, any decision made would be up to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and the Government of Ontario, should they make any changes. based on that, yes, it would depend entirely on how that legislation was written as to whether or not a freedom of information request could be made. I would expect that if there was a separate form, that the clerk would redact the address and the personal address information from the individuals, and that the list of the donors would be available publicly, but it would be the address information. Again, I think this is the intent of Councillor Erb's motion, that would be not available publicly.
That's the point of my concern, is that I have no problem with the redacting or the removal of the actual street address and the number. It's the city and or the postal code that I think needs to be kept public. I don't think that should be hidden from anything, because it puts us in a place where it looks like we're trying to hide who's donating to our campaigns. And I think the public has every right to see who the donors are, not just their name, but what municipality that they come from. I think it still achieves what Councillor Erb's trying to say, though. It's just the personal address that I believe you're trying not to expose.
My assumption was that if the province thought this was worthwhile, they would be developing some kind of a guideline that you're suggesting that would probably be consistent with all municipalities across the province. And so I didn't want to get into too specifics, hoping that they might pick this up for other municipalities as well.
This motion's not that kind of specific, though. It says all of the addresses removed. It says the requirement for their addresses be removed. And I'm just saying, just remove the number and the street. That way it safeguards the donor and their home address, but it still gives the public the knowledge and the transparency of where that donor is coming from.
So, Councillor Liggett, are you suggesting that that would be a friendly amendment, that what would remain is the city and the postal code? So then back to you, Councillor Erb, do you feel that's a friendly amendment, or would you feel that you want to leave the motion the way you've stated it?
What's with notices of motion here?
And do you want to think on it? And I've got a couple other speakers, and we'll come back.
Yeah, and then maybe we can take 5 minutes, just easy.
Thank you. Councillor Deutschmann, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do support Councillor Erb's motion, but I also support what Councillor Leggett is saying, because I think it's important that there be some ability just to ensure that the person is from Ontario, for example, and that someone can see that quickly. I appreciate the concern about personal addresses and some of the hostility we start to see arise in various levels of politics, even at the municipal level. But I think that indicating the city and postal code is I wish that Councillor Erb would see that as a friendly amendment, and I think that would alleviate, that would provide for certainty that people can know without having to go through hoops like FOI, as Councillor Leggett has pointed out, to view that, and at the same time provide the personal address. I mean, you could probably go Canada 411 on a lot of names and find these addresses anyway, but it'll just be harder for someone to do that without having the full address there. So I hope Councillor Erb reconsiders.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Saladin.
Thank you. Councillor Erb, I really appreciate you bringing forward this motion, and I'm in support of it as it stands. I definitely get what Councillor Liggett and Councillor Deutschmann are saying. I would just suggest, if Councillor Erb is open to it, that it be share the municipality the person's from. I don't think that there's a need for the postal code that can actually quite pinpoint what 12 houses you live in. So I can recognize the need for wanting to know which municipality at an easy reference, but I do definitely think on a whole, removing the address apart from the municipality would be of great benefit both to people running and to donors. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Hunyik.
Through you, Chair. The nomination package, as I understand it, allows for donations to be given all through candidates throughout Ontario, so I'm not sure of the significance of the municipality from the donor's perspective. And I, along with Councillor Salonen, can't support the postal code addition because you can locate someone's personal address quite easily with their postal code. And I think that we and our donors should be protected from that.
Thank you very much. Councillor James.
Yes, thank you. Through your chair, Redmond. I also support Councillor Erb's motion. I think we're in a time and place right now where our identity, fraud, cybersecurity is of utmost concern as well. So having just the name and the municipality, I think would be sufficient with this. And just want to say I support this as well. Thanks, Jim.
Thank you very much. I have no further speakers, so back to you, Councillor Erb, for the last word, and then we'll take a vote.
I have a question to Mr. Brubaker or to Mr. Short. When a candidate submits their form, you check to make sure that the donations are from within Ontario, and if they're not, they're disqualified. Is that not correct?
No.
So the Act requires the clerk to prepare a report if they believe there's any contraventions with donors, with the amount or the contribution levels from any specific donor. So yes, I mean they're reviewed by the clerk in terms of those criteria, and if there's any issues, then the clerk is required to issue a report to the Municipal Elections Compliance Audit Committee.
And if the donation didn't qualify, it would the candidate would be asked to send it back, or?
So the Act puts the onus on the candidate to not accept contributions that would be in contravention of the Act.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I think Ms. Clausen has a bit of a change to the one section that might satisfy Councillor Liggett.
Okay.
Do you want to post it?
I do have Councillor Liggett
Sorry.
next. Aaron, do you want to put up, or is that, what's the change?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, thank you. So, therefore be it resolved that the Regional Municipality of Waterloo calls on the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing for the Province of Ontario to protect the privacy of candidates and donors by removing the requirement for their street names and number to be listed on publicly available forms. And that is the one change, and the rest is the same. Councillor Leggett, you're good with that?
I'm perfect.
Councillor James, are you good with that?
Could we add in the removal of the postal code, as Councillor Solonen had indicated?
I can't hear you.
I don't know that that was perceived as a friendly amendment, is it? You want postal code on there too?
I thought Councillor Hunick was saying that the postal codes can be easily traced.
I was, yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we have the motion before us.
Yep.
I see no further amendments, so would we please use... And I just want to point out how nimble the clerk's staff have been. And Aaron, you've done a great job. And we're all breathing down your neck, so we will wait patiently until you can get up what we're voting on. Mm-hmm. Okay, so use your e-scribe to vote. Yeah, sorry. That is carried, colleagues. Congratulations, Councillor Erb, and great that it was seconded by Councillor James. It is a night for notices of motion. The next, we have a notice of motion from Councillor Deutschman regarding automated speed enforcement. Before Councillor Deutschman speaks to the motion, is there a seconder? Moved by Councillor Wolf. Councillor Deutschman, would you like to read your motion? You can read it or I can. It's up to you. So the motion is, whereas speeding on our roads is a major concern in our community, and whereas speeding can occur in all areas of our community, and whereas our municipality has limited resources to implement speed mitigation, road design, and redesign, and whereas our local police service has limited resources to undertake speed enforcement, and whereas S.205.1 of the Highway Traffic Act provides that automated speed enforcement systems may only be placed in designated community safety zones and school safety zones. Therefore, be it resolved, 1, that the Regional Municipality of Waterloo requests the Ontario government amend S.205.1 to permit municipalities to locate an ASE system permanently or temporarily on any road where under the jurisdiction of municipalities and as determined by municipalities, and not be restricted to only community safety zones and school safety zones. And further, number 2, that the resolution be forwarded to the Ontario Minister of Transportation, the Ontario Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, local area MPPs, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, and all Ontario municipalities. Councillor Deutschman, over to you.
Thank you, Chair Redmond, and my apologies. I forgot how long that motion was, so thank you very much for reading that out. So as we all know, speeding is one of the top issues that we hear about during elections and after. Municipalities, area municipalities are certainly doing good work on trying to reduce speeds on roads and anything they can do in neighborhoods. And having heard about the ASE program, the Automated Speed Enforcement Program, I really appreciated the opportunities that program provided, the ability to enhance the services provided by police for speed enforcement and what the municipalities do. And as we know, those services are stretched. And considering our conversations that we had here around the Horseshoe regarding ASE, and some talk about, well, how many community safety zones could we set up? Could we make the whole municipality a community safety zone? It just occurred to me that I wanted to provide municipalities with the ability to designate what roads they wish to have this speed enforcement and not have to go through the process of designating a community safety zone. We don't have that many community safety zones in the whole of the region. And I just felt that this would reduce the work that staff has to do by not having to create these community safety zones. Now, this motion is a longer term matter because we're asking the government to change the Highway Traffic Act. And I know Councillor Harris from his former days understands how hard it is to get anything changed sometimes at the provincial level from various motions. And I understand that staff is looking at a more streamlined process for creating community safety zones, which is excellent. And I think this can go along with that. And we are still subject to the number of cameras in the region, but this is not changing any of that. We still have the 2. We'll still work on adding more. We'll still try to do what we can to process the tickets that are generated or the fines that are generated from these cameras, which are in the thousands, ironically. But we're still working on all of that, and so we have. But this motion provides municipalities the flexibility to prioritize those areas they wish. It does not remove the ability to create community safety zones in the short term, and just provides for a better opportunity for municipalities to control in a more streamlined fashion where they would like to see these cameras put up. So thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. Councillor Nowak.
How's that? My voice is going a little bit, so number of concerns with the motion. Actually, on Monday of this week, I was fortunate. I had an opportunity to meet with the Minister of Transportation at the Good Roads Conference. And this is one of the issues that I brought. I brought up a similar suggestion to her. And basically, she said that she'd never heard of anything like this before. This was something completely new. But she did explain that when they did put the rules in place for ASEs, that their intention was to be very prescriptive. They didn't want to see them spread all over the place, because I think they lose a little bit of their effective when there's just too many of them around. The other concern is, another concern would be, if this is just left up to the municipalities, who's going to set the criteria for this? Right now, I think it's the region that has been working on a criteria package to set up the regional units. And so, and if the region is going to be managing the fines, how do they have to have some sort of say in that criteria, which really brings us right back to the region setting up the community safety zones anyway. We can pretty well put them to a certain extent where we want. If we work collaboratively with the region, if I need one in Linwood, for example, which I do, I just ask the region to set up the community safety zone. They can announce that. So I'm good with that. The other issue that I think is really really caught the minister's eye was the fact that with the ones that we are planning to put in over the next number of years, and I'm just going to read this. There was a great report, by the way, from Melissa, or from Teresa. Wait a sec here. Sorry.
Teresa Mendler?
Yeah, Teresa Mendler. And I've asked that maybe that could be distributed to council so you can get a pretty good idea on exactly what.
We will do that.
Yeah, what the challenges are that the region are having with this. But with the new ones that they're planning to put in now, the number of tickets issued increased from 2,244 in 2021, 9,788 in 2022. And then based on the anticipated council approval of additional 8 sites in each of 23 and 24, the number of tickets filed per year is expected to increase to between 20,000 and 30,000 in 2023, and then upwards of 70,000. So we can't handle the fines right now, and it's only going to get worse. So to see these things sort of willy-nilly all over the region, I think, is a bit of a concern. Now, the region is working on setting up an administrative penalties APS system, so, but that won't be available until at least 2024. Those are my concerns with it. I'm not going to support it. I think we have enough in place right now, and maybe down the line when we see where the region is going with their criteria, then we could have another look at it. I'd rather see it deferred, actually.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nowak. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. I rather like the motion. I hear Councillor Nowak's concerns, and I know those are concerns in terms of the penalty system and how we manage it. I guess what I like about the motion is the portability, potential portability for the enforcement. And I know. And I guess my question would be to staff regarding the community safety zones, because I think we talked about this before, and the answer was that we can't just sort of set up community safety zones anywhere. So I wonder if Mr. Gutsky could just speak to that again.
Through the chair, yeah, so to be able to define community safety zones, we have to set criteria that are related to some road safety objectives. So they can't be set arbitrarily, or they can't cover an entire municipality. They have to be based on some piece of evidence. We will be bringing back, so not the criteria yet, but a bit of a proposed work plan to get there, to gradually expand. So first, I know in May we're bringing back the doubling of the cameras to council, and in June we'll bring the the idea of switching over to community safety zones as the broader tool to be able to expand the scope of automated speed enforcement. But that will require the definition of some criteria. It can't be, it has to be connected to some piece of evidence, whether it's measures of speeding, for example, or pedestrian exposure, or proximity to retirement homes, or so there need to be a number of set criteria that has to be defined.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you know, I've spoken on this several times, and it's even Councillor Deutschman's motion probably not going to get into play in 2023 anyways. I think this is the long-term goal for a lot of municipalities, and unless we start putting these motions forward and start pressing to go forward and finding more information, we won't evolve. So as I talked about, and a group of mayors of us met at Roma, we talked about the automatic speed enforcement program. We talked about the automatic fine system that's used similarly in parking, implementing that, and also the removal of safety zones to allow for this to happen. And we didn't think just because of the limited criteria for safety zones, but also the doubling of fines. We wanted to ignore that, but we were also looking, as the region was, looking into the different agencies that provide the whole program for you. And as Teresa's report states, the increase in costs and fines, the courts can't keep up with it. So it has to go to the automatic penalty system where they don't get to dispute it or go to court. So I will support Councillor Deutschman's motion only because if our society is going to move forward, it has to start with pushing these initiatives.
Thank you. Councillor Ravanovich.
Thank you very much, Chair Redmond. And I want to thank Councillor Deutschman for bringing the motion forward. But I do share some of the concerns that some of our colleagues have raised. And I think the challenge here is we already have a whole list of places we'd like to see cameras, and we can't even put them there because we can't process them. And so I think it's creating a false hope, false sense of expectation in the community if we start advocating for additional spots when we can't even put them in the places where we already know we want to have them in our municipalities. And the other concern I have is if we actually vote on this tonight, and I mean, if it's successful, it moves forward, that's great. If it loses, then quite frankly, that's it for the balance of the term, unless we have a motion to reconsider. And so I actually think that Councillor Nowak's suggestion of deferring or referring this actually makes some sense. We know there's going to be reports coming back to this council later this year that are going to look at the whole issue of AMPs, that are going to look at the whole issue of how we process these things and so on. And if in that report we find, in fact, that we can increase capacity and so on, that might actually be the right time to deal with that motion. And so I'd like to suggest actually that we defer this motion and have it come back in conjunction with that other report. And I think that might allow us to make the most comprehensive decision going forward.
So, Councillor Ravanovich, are you moving to defer this?
I'm moving to defer it to that time, yes.
Okay, Councillor Nowak?
I'll second that.
Okay, and time and place then?
The time is when the other report comes back from staff.
I just waited till you put something in your mouth to ask
cookie
you.
in my mouth. Thanks, Chair Redmond.
I live to serve. So there is a motion to defer this until the report comes back in a future meeting. I did have, Councillor Leggett has disappeared. Did you take your name off? And we're in deferral. I will give Councillor Deutschman the last word on the deferral, and then we will take the vote on the deferral.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll support the deferral. I just wanted to say that this is separate from the whole issue of enforcement because we're just picking locations, and whether we have 2 cameras or 4 cameras, it's creating opportunities and places to place them in an easier fashion for the municipalities. But I'll support the deferral to the report. When is the report expected to come, by the way? I missed what you said. There was something.
I don't know. Somebody else might know that.
Through the chair, there's a couple of reports. There's one on the doubling that's coming in May, so in 2 weeks or 3 weeks. And then the report that's about the longer term and the expansion to community safety zones is coming in June.
Okay, so why don't we defer to June then?
Yeah, I would suggest that June is probably the most appropriate time. I'm seeing agreement with that from the mover and the seconder. So we are now voting on the motion to defer this motion to come back in June. Please use your e-scribe to vote. The deferral is carried, colleagues. Councillor Deutschmann, your other notice of motion is moot, but it must give you some joy to know that the substance of that motion has been carried. Sorry, I'm getting a little help here from my friend. Colleagues, we have 2 requests for waiving of notice of motion. We need 2/3 vote in order to waive a notice of motion. Chantal, do you want to give us a little teaser about why we're waiving the notice of motion for you?
Yes, thank you. So this is a motion with respect to a report on the problems with accessible transit in Waterloo region, and I've worked on it with staff, and so have agreements in regard to their ability to produce said report, and so, but for that reason, it took longer to produce it for you, and so I so apologize for the lack of notice of motion, but would really appreciate your support with respect to this.
So, colleagues, you have the requirement to waive a notice of motion per section 70 of Bylaw 22-051 provides that we can waive a notice of motion. So it has.
I'll move it. Sue Foxton move.
It's been moved by Sue, seconded by Councillor Bervanovich, and actually that was Councillor Foxton, also known as Sue. Please use your e-scribe to vote about waiving the notice of motion requirement. So, colleagues, that carried, and Aaron is now going to put up. Councillor Hunick, I am assuming that you've provided a written notice of motion.
Yes.
There it is.
And
would you like to speak to it?
Well, in the interest of the fact that my visual disabilities and physical disabilities make it really hard to read off script, I'd be happy for Chair Redmond to read it, and then I'd be happy to answer questions if there are any with respect to it.
That would be great. Is there a seconder for this notice of motion? Moved by Councillor McCabe. Whereas accessible transportation comprised of a range of vehicle and service types is a fundamental component of mobility in the region, and whereas there has been an increased demand for accessible transportation due to the strong population growth and an increased want to actively participate in community events since pandemic restrictions have been lifted, and whereas this increased demand is creating capacity and comfort issues on some specialized transit vehicles and on-demand accessible services, now therefore the Council of the Regional Municipality of Waterloo directs staff to review the current specialized transit service levels and report back to Council on options and associated budget impacts that may be needed to absorb the subscribed trip waiting lists and increase weekend service by September 2023, and further to review the region's taxi bylaw, its incentives and enforcement tools, and report to Council by the end of 2023, and 3, review specialized transit vehicle specifications, including passenger comfort, so they can be included in the next tender for vehicle renewal in January 2024. So, Councillor Hunick, I will turn it over to you before going to the speakers list.
So, colleagues, I'm very happy with the ways in which this captures the complexities related to specialized transit, and I'm very happy, as I previously stated, that it was a collaborative with staff, and that we will get it done. Waterloo Region is exemplary in many ways, and we can be exemplary with respect to specialized transit as well. And I look forward to that.
Thank you very much. I have Councillor McCabe.
Excuse me, thank you. I certainly support this. I have a question about a friendly amendment that we put a timeline on this. Like you had said, September, sorry, that accelerating the timeline on this is what I should say. And
yeah, so in my view, the sooner the better. The problems are existing already and they're currently growing and will continue to grow. I do want to make sure that it's feasible for staff to get the right information because we need the right information to solve the problem appropriately. Ideally, I think before the summer break would be preferred, but I look to staff on feasibility with that.
So when you say summer break, we don't usually meet in July, so you're thinking sometime by the end of June, Councillor Hunick?
That would be my hope.
Okay.
But I realize that's a large ask as well.
Matthew, would you like to speak to the capacity of staff to bring this forward in that timeline?
Yeah, so I think it's really a matter of where the bottleneck is. So if it's about reallocation of existing resources, so to better serve the specific time of demand, that's something that can be done in June. But for example, if we need to hire new drivers, then that will be difficult to be done before the month of June. So it really depends. So the idea is for us to really dig into the data to understand where the problems are, and those that can be solved very quickly, let's solve them quickly, but those that may need some additional resources, whether they're staff related or then even further kind of vehicle related, that will take a bit more time.
Right. Can I suggest maybe could we ask for an interim report or a status report in that timeline? Councillor Hunick, would that work so that we'll figure out where the low-hanging fruit is and maybe rectify it?
Yes,
and
I
look
understand that service changes might be hard to implement by July, but at least a report on where the gaps in service currently are and how we might proceed to address them in the fall would be, yeah. So an interim.
Matthew is agreeing that at least we could have an interim report in that timeline by the end of June?
Great.
Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since Uber came in, they were supposed to pay a certain percentage per year because they weren't providing accessible drivers. That money goes to the region into a fund. Now, every year it's decided how that fund is spent. I think in the first few years it was $30,000-$40,000 a year, and I think it's gone up since then. Number one is I have not heard anything about this for the last 3-4 years. I'd like to know where the fund's at, and also can this be put towards, and again, Councillor Heinrich, we will have to look into the committee as to where this will go to. It may be well that it could fund this part of this program.
I think it's also important to acknowledge, Councillor Foxton, that the fund that is Uber is putting into is far less than taxi companies put into to make their companies accessible, and so introducing some equity there somehow may be part of the solution.
So I think the last few years that I was involved with it, it just went to buy extra taxi script. But there were no hard, fast rules on how it was done. It was done by the committee as to how it would be spent.
Right.
But we can look further into that.
Yeah, I'm going to look to Matthew. Councillor Foxton, I think the second bullet does talk about the region's taxi bylaw, its incentives and enforcement tools, so I would assume that would be part of this comprehensive review. Matthew, is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, we can include the review of that fund as part of that review.
Good. Thank you.
Does that work, Councillor Foxton?
Perfect. Thank you.
I see no more speakers, so I would ask, it's been moved and seconded, if council would please use your e-scribe buttons to vote. Colleagues, that is carried. Councillor Hunick, thank you so much for bringing this to center stage. It's an important issue that a lot of us have been working on for a very long time. I know it's something near and dear to Councillor Foxton's heart. Colleagues, we have another request for a waiving of a notice. We don't anymore? Okay. Forget that. We've had that scratched. I was going for a land record here. I thought this might be the most notices of motion and waiving of notices of motion we've had in one meeting. So there are no more notices of motion. Any unfinished business? Councillor Deutschmann.
Thank you, Chair Redmond. It's just short, but I think very important. And it's with respect to the Police Services KPMG report. So I've had an opportunity to review the full KPMG report. And in there are a number of recommendations that I believe would be very beneficial in reducing the costs of policing in the community. I think KPMG has provided some very interesting suggestions with respect to the use of special constables, the Brantford approach, I'll call it, with respect to expanding the various statutes to allow special constables to act in certain situations. And there's an Appendix B to that report that outlines those. There were some comments about boundary changes, and there were recommendations about improving service in the rural areas. And I think it would be good for council to hear from the chief directly on the progress that you're making. And I'm putting this to you as also in your capacity as chair of Police Services Board, that for us to hear from the chief in, let's say, September, for example, and this is not part of the budgetary process, the issue that Councillor James has brought up, which is very important. This would be in addition to. And as part of that too, hear about other things like the progress that's being made on the call diversion program that was recently started regarding mental health calls, which I think will have some significant benefits in our community. In addition, we have some concerns about, and this is getting back to the whole issue of ensuring transparency, improving the relationship between, I think there needs to be an improvement in the relationship between Regional Council, Police Services Board, and the police. This past budget process was like three people dancing the waltz together when really we should be looking like we're doing the line dance together, a little more smooth and a little more coordinated. We received a summary, page 5 and 6 of a report where the actual report was available. And that's sort of one of the things that stands out a bit. But I also believe, Madam Chair, something else that's very important in that report that needs to be addressed by the police chief himself. And this is in conjunction with the recent reports about how race-based information was being reported. And I think it's very important that we have clarity from the chief on what is happening so that there's clarity in the community. But in the report itself, the KPMG report, I read, and I know you've read it, I'm sure, I know the chief has seen it. Page 12 of that report is a section that's subtitled High Growth, High Crime. And in that section is references with respect to increase in immigration in our community, et cetera. And, upon initial review, one might say, this is an attempt to deal with maybe bringing more diversity into our police force, which would make sense. But that's not the case, and that issue is not raised anywhere in the report. So it's left hanging to be interpreted as something. I'm concerned about it. I know others are concerned about it, and I think it's an important issue that we should have the chief here so that he can explain it to us in the community and that there's clarity on that issue. So I'm putting that out there to you, Madam Chair, in your capacity as our chair of Regional Council and as chair of the Police Services Board, to consider that request, to have Chief come to speak to us about some of these issues that I've raised, and of course anything else that the chief and the board would like to speak to us about.
So next month we are coming forward. There will be a comprehensive communication plan being brought forward to WRPS, and part of that will be covering off some of the issues that you talked about. I guess I would just say to council and anyone who's read portions of the report and the KPMG report, and I don't mean to infer, Councillor Deutschman, that you didn't read it all, but the fact is consultants bring reports forward and they bring opinions before it, and it's something that WRPS leadership team and that the board are analyzing and digesting. I would hope that it's not just taken at face value. Councillor Harris.
Yeah, I had a chance to review the report as well. And I guess maybe for council's interest, I understand that that report or the analysis of those recommendations in the report will actually go back to the police board in the form of a report. What would the timing roughly be? Is it the spring of this year?
Right.
And that'll be an item that we can also view in a public forum too?
And I would tell you that that will be part of the communication plan on a go-forward basis. And I don't think that the intention was ever that it just be about the budget. It really will be about a better understanding of what's happening at the police board, recognizing that council has a huge vested interest in not only what happens at the police service, but how it goes forward to make sure that we are safe and feel safe and how we interface with the community. And so that communication plan will be ongoing and be more substantive than just some of the issues that we dealt with at budget time. So, questions? Councillor Selenin.
Not a question, but it was actually potentially other business. Wondering if I could just do a quick PSA about an event on Saturday in Wilmot. Saturday is Earth Day, and so in Wilmot we have Let's Tree Wilmot is doing a tree planting at our rec center. So anyone who would like to come out, please feel free to check out the event on Eventbrite. It's free to come. It'll be a great afternoon planting some trees. If not, I encourage you to do something in your community celebrating Earth Day. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Deutschman, do you have further unfinished business?
No, that was the only thing, but I just, Madam Chair, thank you for acknowledging that I read the full report, because I assure you I did read the full report and not just snippets of the report. So thank you for that.
You're very welcome. Councillor Verbanovich.
Thank you very much. And, you know, Madam Chair, I guess the only point that I would make on that issue is the comment that in the report that Councillor Deutschman is referencing. I'm not sure it's a comment that the Chief of Police needs to respond to, because it's not the Chief of Police's report, it's the consultant's report. And so really, they're the only ones that can speak to the wording that they chose or not chose to use. The other issue that I just want to, from a PSA perspective, want to use this opportunity to welcome to our community. 3 of us missed them this evening, but want to take this opportunity to welcome the Ontario Big City Mayors Caucus to Kitchener and the region. They'll be here from now until Friday, and I know. Yes, they may just be, I think a few of us encourage them to enjoy their time in the community and not necessarily come to the council chamber.
I'm deeply disappointed that this gallery is not filled with colleagues. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. I think Chief Kroll has indicated that he was wanting to come to council a couple of times through the year and make those connections that he wasn't able to make at the beginning of a new term of council. So I wonder if that would happen before the summer break, so perhaps in May or June.
My understanding is that the communications report is coming to WRPS in May, and subsequent to that, would there'd be something before September? But thank you for that. Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair Redmond. I just want to, well, first of all, it's good to hear that the chief will be coming to speak to council and the communications plan is coming out. I do want to speak to just how disappointed it was to know that the report was made public without coming to council. And there is a lot of building trust between the police board, the police services, community, and it was not, it was disappointing to have to hear this through the media when we could have been provided with the information ahead of time with this and about the report and the recommendations. I think that it does question transparency and accountability. And I just want to say, after numerous, conversations, community members reaching out to me, it would have been good to hear something from the police board, some sort of statement acknowledging this publicly. Thank you.
Councillor McCabe.
Yeah, I would, through you, Chair, I would 100% echo what Councillor James just said, but I just wanted to, on the consultant's report, yes, it is a consultant's report, and they can take what they want from it or not, but I think in particularly why this report is something that should have been shared as soon as possible is because the chief referred to it extensively, as did other members of the Police Services Board. They referred to it extensively as a report that they relied on while building their budget. So I think it's, you said, Chair, that people can take or leave consultants' report, but it does really appear, based on the chief's words and some members of the Police Services Board, that they very much took that report into significant account when building the budget. So I think it should have been provided to us. We shouldn't have had to read about it in the media. And I am disappointed with that, absolutely.
Okie dokie. Any more business? Any questions? Any more PSAs? I would now entertain a motion to enact the bylaws for second and third reading. If I could have a mover and a seconder, moved by Councillor Nowak, seconded by Councillor Craig. Please use your buttons. The bylaws are 21.1 through to 21.7. Those are carried. And colleagues, the moment we've all been waiting for, a motion to adjourn, moved by Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor Saladin. I dare you to vote against it. Please use your e-scribe to vote. And I want to thank staff in particular. It's been a long and productive evening, and really highlight Clerk's Department and Aaron for making sure that we knew what we were voting on. So thank you very much for being nimble and quick on the draw. And I would suggest that everybody take the rest of the night off.